Representative Miss Ivy. Yay. Madam President, we have a forum.
Did we get our superintendent and deputy superintendent?
And deputy superintendent.
I
And superintendent, should I just keep putting
I just want to acknowledge that Dr. Keogh is here in place of Dr. Enfield, who is traveling, but she is on Zoom with us. So that's all. Just acknowledge that for the record. All right, let's go ahead and stand for our Pledge of Allegiance. And I'm going to ask, since we do so much with Capitol, and we've never asked her to do this, I'm going to ask Tammy Zimmerman if she would lead us in the pledge.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Welcome back. All right, thank you very much. Okay, we're going to go to our consent agenda. We're going to look for our consideration before us tonight. We're going to look at consent agenda items 2.02 through 2.23. But before we do, I'm going to ask if any trustee would like to pull any consent agenda items for further discussion. And Trustee Church, I think you had a couple.
Yeah, I think you're ready for me. I would like to to pull 2.02, the minutes of September 27th, as well as 2.07. If it does get pulled, to be opened in conjunction with 2.10. In addition, 2.08, 2.09. And
I'm sorry, sir. I just pulled my pen out because I was just if 2.02. You mind starting over so
Sure.
I can have those?
2.02, 2.07, 2.08, 2.09, 2.10, and 2.20.
And which two did you say you wanted to pull together?
07 and 10, I think there might be a little conflict in wording.
07 and 10.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, now, so let's do this. Let's go ahead and open these. Now, we have a practice here that any item that has been deliberated, has already been reviewed before the board, be pulled, require two trustees. So I'm going to ask for, in some of these are the final approval of board policies. I think that's 07, 08, at 2.10, oh wait, 09. 2.10. Yeah, those that's the final approval. So that means we've had initial approval of these. So I'll look to my colleagues in that. As you recall, we began that practice several meetings ago.
Can I
Please.
clarify?
Absolutely. That's why I'm pausing for you. I know you emailed back,
Sure.
but I was walking out the door, so I didn't get a chance to read it.
Yeah, so basically 2.07, 08, 09, and 10, I believe, are the policies that were discussed. Not affected or would be 2.02 and 2.20. And if nothing else, I want to vote no on a couple of them, so it puts me in a difficult position of voting no on the consent. Even if we don't discuss it, at least I want to vote no. 2.07 and 2.10, I do think there's a little conflict in the wording that we might want to
Take a look at.
and basically that's the reason for pulling those.
Okay, so you'd like to pull. 2.02 is separate, as you said. 2.07, 08, 09, and 10. Okay, now are those the four you said you would vote no on, or because I know two you're saying there's a conflict with 07 and 210. Is that the reason for wanting to pull those, or?
Well, 2.08, I'm positively a no. Even if we just pull it, and I just vote no.
Understand.
The other ones might be a little bit of discussion, but I'm probably a no.
Okay, so why don't we do this then? Before we go any further in any of these, why don't we take any public comment on these? I think I want to make sure we do that, and I want to make sure we don't miss any of that as a starter, and then we'll bring it back here to the board. And I do see your light, Dr. Nicolette. So why don't we start with public comment, and then we'll go from there?
Are we taking public comment on the items he wants to pull as well?
We're gonna take any public comment on the consent agenda. Oh, I see, yeah, on the consent agenda.
So all of it.
All of them, yes.
Shannon Coley for consent agenda items 2.08 and 2.11.
And I'm sorry, 2.0. What,
1.1.
1.1 or, one, okay, thank you. Welcome, Ms. Coley.
Hi. I'd like to talk about the public bodies. I've said this before. And I think public bodies up for reappointment should be open to any new interested parties considered for the position. I realize that these are volunteer positions and that there's low interest. But this is all the more reason for someone that's interested to be heard and allow their hat to be thrown in the ring. I'm just asking for someone who's interested to be allowed to be considered, especially if there's low interest. And if WCSD truly does believe in diversity, equity, inclusion, they wouldn't have automatic reappointments. Okay, and 11? I just wanted to reread the board policy 9115, meeting of the Board of Trustees and the purpose. The Board of Trustees believes the work of the WCSD is to strengthen, I don't have this right. Let's read the policy. That's all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Coley.
Roger Edwards for consent agenda items 2.12, 2.15, 2.22, and 2.23.
I'm going to get those straight. 2.12, 2.01, 2.05.
1, 2, 1, 5, 2, 2, and 2, 3.
Okay, thank you. Welcome,
All
Mr.
right.
Edwards.
Good afternoon, Roger Edwards for the record. I'm a 37-year retired vet, 50-year resident of this county. My concerns with 2.12 is approval of Nevada Department of Education Competitive American Rescue Plan and Elementary and Secondary School Emergency Relief Fund evidence-based summer enrichment and after-school programs. Has the result of this evidence-based summer enrichment been presented to you guys, and what is it? It should be presented to the public. I know you guys have all your internal reports and stuff, but the public needs to know that if it's $1.747 million worth of fund rescue plan payment, I'm assuming. Also, all right, now 215, awarded request for proposal for consultant to 2, I'm assuming then the next thing, funds for learning. Is that a group? And if it is, shouldn't it be italicized or something so we know what it is? The public knows what it is when you look at this agenda? I couldn't figure it out. Is that what it is? And it's awarded for an initial term of 2 years beginning November with 3 optional 1-year renewals. E-rate consultant. And that is what exactly? Come on, you could make this clear and not put it on the consent agenda where it just gets shoved through. Item 2.22, consideration approved for fiscal year and a quarterly report of average daily attendance and pupil-teacher ratios for grades kindergarten through 3. So we have to approve a report? Are we really worried about attendance at kindergarten through 3rd grade? What difference does it make? Item 2.23, approval of creation new position to Associate of Teaching and Learning, specialized instruction to be funded at general fund continue. We need another position. We don't have enough positions. You're top heavy with administrators as it is. You couldn't put one of those guys on that. You have to create a whole new, sounds like a 6-figure job to me. You have to create a whole new position for that? Come on, folks.
Thank you, Mr. Edwards.
The board received an email from Joe Morabito related to agenda item 2.10.
Thank you. Okay, so we'll bring it back here to the table, and what we're considering is Trustee Church. I want to make sure and restate, so make sure I get this right. We're considering Trustee Church's request to open 07, 08, 09, 02, 07, 08, 09, 2.10 and 2.20. 07, 8, 9, and 10 are policies in the final approval, and we've already reviewed them from the preliminary standpoint from this board. And as our practice is, if we've already reviewed something on the first time, it takes two trustees to open it again in terms of deliberation. But if not, I understand your request, Trustee Church. You at least want to be able to pull it so you can, for the record, lodge your no vote.
Yes.
Okay, did I get that right?
Yes.
All right, Dr. Nicolette, you had your line on one to weigh in?
Yes, thank you. In reference to 2.07 and 2.10, to be able to look at them together, that was your request, Trustee Church?
That one, I believe there's a slight conflict in wording. I kind of like it in a way. 2.07 is very specific that we don't talk to staff without the superintendent's approval, basically. And then 2.10 says it's the preferred method. So one of them's pretty staunch, don't do it. One of them, it's the preferred method. So I think we've got two policies that are in conflict.
That's what I wanted to try and understand. I don't know as I necessarily think that's a conflict in terms, but thank you for clarifying.
Okay. Do we have any other trustees that would like to pull these for deliberation? Otherwise, we'll certainly consider pulling them for the purposes of a vote. I know that's your request. Okay, Trustee Mayberry?
Madam President, I do have a follow-up on item 2.20.
Okay, 2.20. Mm-hmm. So you like to pull that, and okay. So we have 2.20 will be pulled for, that's one. Yeah, that's on your list, Trustee Church, for individual consideration. 2.20. So we'll ask staff to be prepared for that. We just have two trustees that want to do it. That's all we need. Okay.
Now, for the record, 2.02 has not been heard before.
Yes, we're not talking about those. We're not talking about 02 or 2.20. Okay, but again, the ones I mentioned, 07, 08, 09, and 2.10. Okay. Okay, seeing no further, Trustee Smith?
It's not on this. I just had a general statement about the other consent agenda items, but I'm not pulling anything. So.
Okay, so what we will do at your request, Trustee Church, is we will vote separately. Okay, I don't think there's a problem with doing that. On 2.07, 2.08, 2.09, and 2.10. We can do 2.0. Is there any other concern about any potential conflict in the wording around 2.07 and 2.10 as mentioned by Trustee Church? Nope. Okay, seeing none, then we will, for individual votes, we'll consider 2.07, 2.08, 2.09, and 2.10. We'll vote on those individually. We're going to pull 2.02 and 2.20, right, for individual consideration, and we'll ask staff to make themselves available for any questions pertaining to that. So then what we'll do in terms of the consent agenda, what we're dealing with is consent agenda items, God bless you, consent agenda items 2.03, 2.04, 2.05, 2.06. And then we'll jump over to 2.11 through 2.19, 2.21, 2.22, and 2.23. Did everybody get that? Did I lose anybody? Everybody's tracking? Yeah. Okay, so looking for a motion, if it's the pleasure of the board, to approve those consent agenda items.
President Taylor, before we go to a motion, I just wanted to make a general comment about item 2.19. That's the interlocal agreement with the City of Sparks. And I just, in general, want to say how pleased I am with that. I serve on behalf of the school board at the Truckee Meadows Regional Planning Governing Board. And these are exactly the types of partnerships that we work really hard to develop. And I'm really pleased to see this happening. So my thanks to all those involved and the representatives on the council of the City of Sparks.
Okay, thank you very much. Trustee Church?
And likewise, I'd like to make a comment on 2.12 under consent. And as Mr. Edwards alluded to, normally I've had a practice of pulling anything over roughly $1 million. This is 1.7, but we can't, again, I kind of feel like I can't be pulling everything. I've read it. It's basically, my big concern is at-risk kids. This is an after-school program, basically using federal dollars. I acknowledge federal dollars are still taxpayer dollars, but that's why I didn't pull it, and that's why I support it.
Thank you, Trustee Church. Dr. Nicolette?
I just have a quick thank you to staff, that the consent agenda items that were mentioned, there were very detailed accompanying documents that provided, at least from my view, very important information on which I can make a decision, an informed decision, and I just want to thank staff for that.
Thank you, Dr. Nicolette. I was gonna just call the public's attention to those staff reports, because that does provide a lot more detail and maybe provide answers to some of the questions that some people may have. So thank you for pointing that out. Okay, if it is the pleasure of the board, looking once again, I can go back through those agenda items that we're considering for consent if necessary. I have the agenda in front of me. It's marked. I can do it, but if we're good, I'm looking for a motion if that's the pleasure of the board. Okay.
Second.
Motion on the floor from Dr. Minetto.
From you.
From Clerk Minetto, and then seconded from Dr. Nicolette. Any further discussion just on those consent agenda items? Okay, seeing none. All those in favor, please indicate so by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposition? Right, the motion is carried. Let the record show it is unanimous. Trustee Church, we're going to go back up at your request to consent agenda item 2.02.
Thank you. My turn then?
Yes, sir.
All righty. I had a few concerns on 2.16 on the minutes.
Okay, hang on. Let us get there with you.
And 2.20, just so you can be prepared.
I'm sorry. No. 2.16, and I cut you off. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
2.20, those are the only two that I think I need to address.
And 2.20, those are those are from the actual agenda.
Yes.
These are questions for staff?
No, it's the board minutes. So I basically don't think the minutes are thorough enough.
You're saying if they're okay, 2.16?
Yes. So if I might, that's
please. What page? Page number
5.
Yep.
Page number 5, 2.16 on policy 9088. So this is essentially what we did discuss that we're not rediscussing today. Trustee Church stated he was not comfortable with the wording of 1BI. He did not believe the language allowed the trustees to request information directly from staff without prior approval from the entire board and superintendent. And basically, unless I'm missing a page or something, then it basically goes straight to the approval. My recollection of that meeting was there was quite a bit of back and forth with the superintendent weighing in, with the board president weighing in, and even legal weighing in, if I remember right, on some of the wording of that and why it's approved. And that's not represented in the minutes. So I think the minutes need to be sent back so that a little bit of a summary of that is on the record. So that's my 2.16.
Okay, can we pause and just take them one at a
Yep.
time? If we go, as such, now I'm gonna ask. I know the superintendent isn't here, but maybe you may weigh in. You may not know because you're not really new, but you're still kind of new, Dr. Infield. And I know the minutes are not reflective, or shoot, JJ, you may be the one to weigh in. That I know the minutes are not intended to capture every bit of every conversation. Would you share a little bit for the board and as well as for the public, just just the process that you go through in doing these? Because I know you don't put everything on there. So talk a little bit about that, because I think that's important to the conversation that Trustee Church is bringing up.
So I think because the discussion did not amount to any changes, nothing was included.
Okay.
So
And
I'd have to go back and reread.
Right,
and
of
watch
course you don't know what all them are.
Mm-hmm.
Or you'd have to go back and watch again or take it. I know you take a lot more notes, but
Yeah, generally, if the discussion is going to lead to a change or going to lead to an action, then I will be more detailed on it.
but
But if it's just clarification purposes, I don't tend to put a lot of detail in that part.
okay, thank you. So that's why that hasn't that way, Trustee Church.
And if I might, my recollection, again, it's just my recollection, was that both the superintendent and legal weighed in, that the superintendent said her personal opinion, again, she's here to contradict me, was that it's okay for us to contact leadership without going directly through her. And then I think he legally even said, there you got it, it's on the record. So I'd like that on the record. That's my recollection. Again, I'm not trying to put words.
Yeah, no, you get some clarification.
But that's my recollection.
What have legal weigh in?
That was at the board policy committee, not at the last board meeting of the board of trustees. Because remember, I didn't sit at the board of trustees, and I was here. I remember the discussion. It was at the last board policy committee, so that was like October 14th-ish. Does that sound right? Somewhere in there.
Yeah, it's the third Tuesday. Whenever that was
Whenever
Thursday.
that was.
It was at the board policy committee
Yeah.
meeting, though. You're right. Dr.
Correct.
Dr. Enfield, I see that. I see that conversation did happen, Trustee Church, but it was board policy. Thank you. Dr. Enfield?
Yes, thank you, Madam President. Yes, I will concur with what Mr. Lombardo said about it being a policy committee. And I do believe, Trustee Church, that your summary of what I said is mostly accurate. The one point of clarification that I would make is I made a point of saying executive leadership team, that my direct reports I'm fine with trustees going to directly, but not any other staff, because it puts other staff in a very tough position.
I do remember that as well. Trustee Church?
Thank you. Mea culpa. You're right. It was a different meeting, so it's great to get it on the record, but now you did refresh my memory. Thank you. And then I can move on to 2.20 if you want.
Okay, we need to vote as we go, I believe. That was let's see. You mean 2.
I'm still on the board, the minutes.
Oh, yeah, that was 2.02.
Yeah, I'm still 2.20 on the minutes.
Oh, right, in the minute, got you.
Still in the
not a
minutes.
different consent agenda
No.
item. Got you.
Yeah, I'm so.
Got you.
it
That's
gets
okay.
confusing.
No. It's okay. So now we're going down to page number, sir. That will be helpful for those
Page
following.
8 at the top.
Yes, got you. Thank you.
Board policy 9115. And hopefully I'm not messing up again on my memory, but I made a reference to Robert's Rules of Order. President Taylor indicated the board generally followed Robert's Rules of Orders, and then it has a period, and then it states the board had previously been advised by legal counsel not to have specific rules of order included as part of the policy. So my recollection, again, it's not great, I think that was the board president reiterating her interpretation of it, not legal. And I could be wrong, but if that's correct, perhaps it should say President Taylor reiterated that. So somebody reading this thinks that legal counsel had made a statement. So I can't remember which was which, but do you follow my statement?
I was lost, and then I think you brought me back in at the end. So let me say what I think you're saying. What you're saying is that it says here that we were advised by legal counsel not to have specific rules because it may tie our hands. And you're saying that you believe I said that as opposed to legal counsel.
Yeah, and I could be wrong.
Yeah. I would say I think you are. I believe that was Mr. Rombardo who weighed in on that during the policy committee meeting during the meeting when we were having this discussion. I believe that was Mr. Rombardo who said that piece. I can be wrong.
Because my recollection is it was Mr. Hall that was here during these minutes.
Oh wait, then it wouldn't have been. It was legal. It was whoever was sitting in this chair right here. But it was Mr. Hall. That's my recollection. But I'm still open for my recollection is that it was Mr. Hall who said, yeah, it could tie the board's hands.
And again, my recollection, but it could be wrong, was.
Okay. And certainly Mr. Hall isn't here to concur one, but I feel very positive because I remember having the conversation and having him nod his head, and like so whomever was here wasn't Mr. Rombardo, and then him turning on his mic and weighing in, and then I continued the conversation.
And I appreciate the time to get those clarified.
Important clarifications. And so that was it for you on 2.02, sir. All right. That being said, then, and seeing Dr. Enfield, your hand is still up, I think. Or is that just a decorative something? Did you have something, Mr.
No, my hand is not up.
Oh, I don't know what that is. Okay, just a little decorative. It's a check mark. Okay, you're here. Okay, did I miss you, Trustee Mayberry? Did you have something to weigh in on that, or? Okay, please, your mic, please, sir.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah,
That's right, because you
2.2.
also, yes,
Okay.
please.
Thank you.
Is this on the minutes?
This is a two.
No, this is not on the minutes. This is,
Oh, this is wait till we get to agenda item
Yes,
2.2.
yes.
Because that was 2.20 as well, so okay. Okay, so we're good. We're still on 2.02 consent agenda. This is still on consent agenda item 2.02. And when we get to consent agenda item 2.20, which is next, then we'll have Trustee Church and Trustee Mayberry weigh in and ask your questions, I should say, on those. Anything else on consent agenda item 2.02? Okay, seeing none, looking for a motion if that is the pleasure of the board, that we approve consent agenda item 2.02.
I'll make the motion since I was the one that was wrong.
It's okay, it happens.
So moved.
Okay, I was going to say,
Yeah,
we're waiting for the
that was
motion.
it.
Okay. All right, moved by Trustee Church and seconded from Trustee Smith. Seeing no further discussion? All those in favor, please indicate so by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposition? Okay, the motion carries. Let the record show it is unanimous. Okay. All right, and now we'll go on to consent agenda item 2.20. Trustee Church, we'll start with you, and then we'll go to you, Trustee Mayberry.
Okay, so 2.20, I might have missed it, but maybe this is what I would like staff on. I think I noticed them in advance.
You have questions here, okay?
I didn't see a lot of there on what exactly that was. It was just some kind of an amendment for that amount. If we could kind of put that on the record and explain. And I might have missed it, but I looked through my notes.
Okay. What was Ms. Emerson?
Good afternoon. For the record, Tammy Zimmerman, Chief Facilities Management Officer. The amendment is for an additional design that we're asking Ben Wirt-Bogoti, who is the architect of record for W. Smith CTE. We received direction in June to repackage and rephase this project. And with that comes cost to actually take and tear apart the design package, so that we can bid it again with the contractors. There is an additional design because we received direction to delete the boardroom from the design, which you can't just cut off a building and stop it. You have to go through all the building systems and look at those designs and revamp it. But we also found other efficiencies in that process, and so we're estimating the construction cost savings will far outweigh the cost of this amendment.
Please, go ahead.
Okay, and just for the public, so this is the former Hug High that we just voted last time to demolish the buildings, and this is for the architect to do some redesigns to move forward. And contrary to the initial plan, there will be no school district boardroom there under the new plan.
That is correct. No boardroom at this facility.
And if I may add in, because that's one of many changes that were made. As we'll recall, as a board, we voted to go ahead and make some changes, and this is the design work that will go along with that. And it's because the construction costs just elevated tremendously. So go back, do some design changes, so that the school can still be built, because the school is what's really is for the kids. And then, but I would agree, and I think this is part of your point, Trustee Churches. A new boardroom certainly still needs to be on the table. So.
Yeah, and just for the record, I won't beat a dead horse, but I opposed initially. I wanted to wait anyway. I didn't want to do the phase, and then I would like the boardroom. So put that on.
Thank you, Trustee Church. Trustee Mayberry.
Thank you, Madam President. My question really is fairly rudimentary, and I appreciate you clarifying. I mean, sometimes you have to spend money to save money, but I just want to be clear. I mean, we have not bid on and have approved a construction contract for this project, correct?
The only contract that we've approved is the demolition and abatement part of it.
Thank you, Ms. Zimmerman. And thank you, Trustee Mayberry. Any further questions on consent agenda item 2.20? All right, hearing none, looking for a motion if that's the pleasure of the board.
Yeah, I'll move to approve.
Thank you, Trustee Mayberry. Is there a second? Second, Trustee Minetto. Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor, please indicate so by saying aye. Aye. Is there opposition?
Nay.
Thank you. Let the record show that the motion carries 6-1. Thank you, Ms. Zimmerman and staff. Now we're going to go into agenda item 3.01.
President Taylor, you
Yes.
still need to vote on
Oh, the-
2.07 through 2.10.
Did I miss those? Oh, yeah. Oh, yes, that's right. Because 2.07, 08, 09, we're going to do those individually. That's right. Okay. So we're going to look. Thank you very much, JJ. So we're going to look at, because that was the request of Trustee Church to vote on those individually, and that's no problem doing that. Okay, so looking for the pleasure of the board as it pertains to consent agenda item 2.07. Is there a motion to approve? Motion by Trustee Rodriguez. Is there a second? Second from Trustee Nicolette. Seeing no discussion? All those in favor, please indicate so by saying aye. Aye. Opposition?
Nay.
Let the record show the motion passes 6-1. We'll go on to consent agenda item 2.08 for a vote. Looking for a motion, if that is the pleasure of the board. So moved. Moved from Trustee Manetto. Is there a second? Second from Trustee Rodriguez. See no discussion? All those in favor, please indicate so by saying aye. Aye. Opposition?
Nay.
Let the record show the motion passes 6-1. We'll go on to consent agenda item 2.09. Again, looking for a motion to approve. If that's the pleasure of the board. See a motion from Trustee Smith. Is there a second? Aye. The second from Trustee Mayberry. See no discussion? All those in favor, please indicate so by saying aye.
I'm an aye on that.
You're in favor of that? Aye. Okay, let the record show the motion passes 7-0. And I think, and we need to, well, yeah, we did 2010, and we still need to do those, right? All right, so looking for the pleasure of the board pertaining to consent agenda item 2.10. Is there a motion to approve? That's motion from Trustee Nicolette. Is there a second? Second from Trustee Rodriguez. Any further discussion? Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please indicate so by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay, let the record show. Any opposition? Okay, let the record, you were aye, am I? Okay, I thought so. Okay, let the record show the motion passes 7-0. That should be all of them, JG. You got me right? Okay, thank you. Thank you so much for your help. We don't want to leave things out there that we think we've done that we haven't done, so thank you. All right, thank you, staff, and thank you for those public comments, and certainly thank you for the comments from the board. Now we're going to agenda item 3.01. I see our staff getting in position. Thank you, gentlemen. This is adoption of Washoe County School District Board resolutions. There are several, so please stay with me. 22-015, 22-016, 22-017, 22-018, 22-019, 020, 021, 022, 023, 024, 025, 026, 027, 028, 029, 030. These are all resolutions to augment various fiscal year 22-23 capital projects, funds, budgets, and approval of augmentation for various fiscal year 22-23 capital projects, funds, budgets. And before us is our CFO, Mr. Mathers, and our budget director, Mr. Bazo, to help us work through these resolutions. Gentlemen, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Hopefully our presentation will be shorter than that motion.
Bonus points if it is, because that was long.
So normally we present augmentations of capital project funds in December along with the amendment of the general fund budget, but there are really two different things going on. So we thought we'd split out today the augmentations of our capital project budgets, since of course we are continuing to work on capital projects, and then we'll bring in the general fund amendment in December to you. And with that, I'll turn it over to Jeff to give a summary of these actions.
Thanks, Mark. So the first section of our presentation is there's state law and regulations related to augmentations. I won't go into those. Just know that our augmentations proposed here are in accordance with state law and regulations. This slide here is a list of what we're augmenting by each of our capital projects funds. Just more than half of the augmentation is for encumbrance carryover. So funds that were encumbered last year, projects were completed, so we roll over those encumbrances to the current year and continue work on those projects. The other major category costs to for W. Smith CTE and the new elementary school Jaywood Raw, our IT device refresh program, and other capital renewal projects. So with that, are there any questions on this augmentation?
Are these clear to everyone? Go ahead, Trustee Church.
So, and I'll try to be brief. So this is a combination of WC1 budgeted funds as well as capital project non-WC funds.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And I'll just go on the record. Again, I did oppose the phased-in approach for the Debbie Smith as opposed to waiting to see what happened in the economy. And number two, I want to go on the record as saying I oppose WC1. I don't retract that in any way because it was forever and it didn't provide any money for teachers in the classroom and various other related issues. So I just want to go on record for that. But I'm going to vote in favor of this because obviously we've moved ahead and we have to fund what we've already approved, even if I was a no vote.
Okay, thank you, Trustee Church. Further comments, questions on these augmentations? Okay, we see them on the board by fund. Seeing none. Looking for a motion if it is the pleasure of the board to approve these budget augmentations. This again is on the capital side.
So moved.
Motion on the floor from Trustee Smith. Is there a second? Second from Trustee Rodriguez. Any further discussion? All those in favor, please indicate so by saying aye.
Aye.
Is there opposition? Right, the motion carries. Let the record show that it is 7-0. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. That was close, Mark. That was close. All right, so we're going to ask Mr. Searcy to come on up, if you would. We're looking at agenda item 3.02, approval of the donation of real property located at 4917 Ombre Way in Reno to the Academy for Career Education, or ACE, charter school associated with the recent completion of a pupil-constructed residence. And this is for possible action. Before us is our COO, Mr. Searcy.
Hi, good afternoon. Thank you, President Taylor, trustees. Pleased to be here. For the record, Adam Searcy. Thank you for bringing this exhibit up. All of you have this in your packets and attached to this item. This is helpful to orient yourselves to Donner Springs Elementary School over there in southeast Reno, backing onto the former Butler Ranch property. So really this is just a brief presentation kind of to tell the story of the history of all of these lots and of course the action before us. So this began in the early 1990s, actually, with the school district's acquisition of this property and all of those properties through the eminent domain process, actually, for this necessary public school. During that approval process, the city of Reno actually required that a buffer parcel or a buffer be constructed between the existing residential community and the new school. And so in an effort to comply with that requirement, the school district established 13 of these residential lots. And in the early 2000s, the school was built in the mid-90s, and it wasn't until the early 2000s that the school district actually caused several of those homes to be constructed. And then approximately 20 years ago, WCSD entered into an informal partnership with ACE Charter High School, a district-sponsored charter school that specializes in career and technical education, to allow them to construct these homes using their student programs and then offer them for sale publicly. So that process has been playing out over the last 20 years. ACE has actually caused to construct 9 of these homes to date. Over that period of time, the school district has actually received proceeds, appraised value for several of those parcels, totaling over $450,000 over that period of time. This last lot, so we're really at the north end or the top of this exhibit, you can kind of see how that white horizontal line extends from the school's property across the street and creates sort of 2 triangular pieces on that northernmost lot. So that was really a remnant parcel, an unusable sliver of land that the school district owned. And we had proceeded up the street, literally up the street over the years. And in 2018, ACE worked independently with the adjacent private property owner to acquire that sort of complementary sliver and create a usable parcel here on their own. And so that's what allowed this final piece of property to become buildable. And since that time, they have then worked with their program and their students to actually construct a residential unit on that property. So given all of that history, plus extensive NRS statutes that provide the school district the opportunity and the ability to directly transfer property to other quasi-governmental entities, of which charter schools are among them, the item before us here today is a request or a recommendation to do exactly that, to, in essence, donate this parcel to Ace Charter High School as a continuation of this longstanding partnership and in recognition for the effort that they put into making this parcel actually a buildable parcel itself. So that's a conclusion. I would like to recognize that both the principal of Ace High School and the director of the school, Bob DeRoos, are here in the audience if you have any questions, but that's the conclusion of my presentation. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Mr. Searcy. Fantastic. Trustee Smith.
Thank you, President Taylor. All right, Principal DeRoos, I've got to shout you out. I was able to visit this school that we built this past summer, and I talked about that. Anybody that's listening or is here now, you can go to ACE's social media page. It's Ace High School. You can actually see pictures of this house, and it's incredible what their students have done. I think that this is remarkable, and I think that this is just a great program. What they've done and what they've accomplished in terms of hands-on learning is really impressive. So the question I have is, so does this mean now that ACE would be able to work with a local real estate professional, and so a member of our community can buy this house through, because I know that there's some attention on this. So will this just be listed, and will they be able to sell it for any community member who wants to conveniently live directly across the street from Donner Springs Elementary School?
There was an advertisement in that right there.
Yes, and the amazing Principal Chris Kahn.
It is a lovely home. Thank you for highlighting that. They do spectacular work. In essence, yes, this will be publicly listed for sale. There are a couple of specific hoops that they must address through the statute of a pupil constructed home, but by us transferring the parcel to ACE, they're able then to navigate that process accordingly and list it publicly for sale using a realtor and whatnot.
It's fantastic. I also had an opportunity to visit ACE in I think it was in the spring for me, and I was just really impressed with the work, with the kids. I mean, there were just young folks out there just getting it in. There were some women that were involved, some young women. I was excited to see that, and it's a great location. It's a great location. So, yep, so fantastic. More of the career and technical part that we can support as a school district to give students a choice in how they go through school and finish it and get them set up. They want to continue this path when they graduate. So it's one of those things I'm excited about. So, Trustee Mayberry, I saw you first. Oh, was it? I saw a light in that corner. Was that light Dr. Nick? Of course, that light was Dr. Nicolette. And then I saw you, Trustee Church, and then we'll go to Trustee Mayberry.
I too want to, I'm going to just say that I saw the finished product just a few weeks ago. So I'm sorry, I just got to throw it out there. It is absolutely gorgeous home. Because I did have a question about that little parcel of land, and, could that mean some money for us, or is one of our other fabulous charter schools going to ask for land? It was very clear to me, thank you for that this was the right and good decision. I'm going to ask Adam if you wouldn't mind just sharing, because you will explain it much better than I, about how much work ACE puts into the infrastructure that we really don't have anything to do with, and how that improves the property, and that's been on their back.
Well, their role in this, bringing this house to sale, to market, has been comprehensive. The school district has not contributed anything whatsoever aside from the raw property itself. In fact, they very much do pride themselves on being fiercely independent when it comes to things like that. They're, building homes is challenging, and they have had hiccups along the way, as all construction projects do, and they have consistently overcome those independently. So I don't know if that answers your question, but they take care of all of it.
Thank you, and you did explain it much better than I could have. Comprehensive.
Thank you, Trustee Nicolette. Trustee Church and then Trustee Mayberry.
Thank you. Yeah, as I look through the support material, I want to make note that you've reflected that in September of 2006, Mike Cate, a member of the board of ACE Charter Schools, spoke at public comment on this issue. In other words, Mr. Cate was basically the driving force behind this. If my recollection's correct, Mr. Cate also served on the Capital Funding Protection Committee and the Oversight Committee. And while we butted heads on occasion, Mr. Cate and I, he was an outstanding human being, and I bring it up because unfortunately he passed away unexpectedly. So I just want to say that he was such a good man, and I have to honor him as part of this, supportive of the building trades and all of that. So I just wanted to, for those people that didn't know, he did pass away unexpectedly, but he is reflected in the record. He was basically the driving force behind a lot of this, and just such a great contributor to the community. While we may not have exchanged Christmas cards, you just can't ask for a better person to be supportive of the builders and that. So thank you.
Thank you for pointing that out, Trustee Church. He was an amazing friend of the district, of the community, of the trades, and really did a lot to help move our efforts in capital and in the schools that we're involved in, even some of the signatures to really help put that stuff in place. So really, thank you for pointing that out, because he's certainly worthy of that, Trustee Church. Trustee Mayberry?
Thank you, Madam President. I too just want to jump in on a love fest with ACE Charter. I had an opportunity to tour the home early in the spring when it was not as quite complete.
Yeah, see, it was early out there. We were putting up drywall and
that's
stuff
right.
when I was in there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's absolutely amazing. I just think it really speaks to just the strength of this kind of charter school, this kind of alternative for our students to learn, how to build things, how to use their hands, particularly for some of our students who, this is their passion, and they may not want to go down the path of the collegiate path. Let me ask you this: is there any sense of how much a home like this would go for, and the amount of proceeds that we could see, that we could reap from this for the charter school?
I think not totally plugged into the real estate market. I believe, this is a pretty typical 3-bedroom, 2-bathroom, 1,800 square foot, brand new residential lot in a desirable neighborhood. So I think, we're north of 500,000, I presume. It's totally amateur estimate there.
Thank you. Thank you for your best guess. I appreciate it.
Thank you very much. We do have the principal of ACE. I would love to have him come up and just talk a little bit. Come on up, sir. Join us. Yes. Where is he? Oh, it's over there. Okay, you look. There you are. Yeah, we hung out. Come on up and just talk a little bit about just the opportunity that the students have, and being able to participate in this, and really just a little bit about the sense of accomplishment they must feel. I mean, they were excited when I remember walking through it, and but just now that it's done. Right.
Thank you, President Taylor. For the record, my name is Bob DeRoos, Director of ACE High School. Thank you for welcoming here and the positive comments. That means a lot to us. I know it will mean a lot when I share that with Mike Cate's widow, Mr. Church. He was the driving force for ACE High School. So answer some of the questions. Trustee Mayberry, the comparative market analysis is about $530,000. So that's where it was. It was north of that, but with interest rates and the housing market just taking a huge skid in the last few months, that's where it's at right now. So we will get it listed, and I encourage you, if you want to see the house, it is beautiful, and any trustee that would like to see it, I'm open for invitations. And Trustee Smith, I know you didn't see the finished product, so I told Trustee Nicolette when she saw it that you might be jealous that she got to see the finished.
I'm a little jealous myself. I'm just gonna.
So just a little bit about ACE. We're a small 230 student charter school. I think we're a positive impact in the school district's portfolio for schools, and I think we make a difference in every kid's life, which is our mission for all educators and trustees. You're trying to make a change in a positive direction, and that's what we try and do every day.
Well, thank you, Bob. I mean, you do, and you can see the students have a sense of excitement about what they're learning and what they're doing, and they get to do that with their hands themselves. It's actually really cool for them. Trustee Smith?
So President Taylor, so Principal DeRuse, you're being very modest. ACE is one, if not one of the very first charter high schools in the history of Nevada, correct?
Yep, since 2002, we're starting our 20th year.
Yes, you are.
Very successful, 5-star school where we do very well with our students, and that's a combination of parents, staff that works really hard. We're really dedicated to what we do, and our students buying into what we are selling them every day. So.
And one more thing to add, because it's really about results. The education is very important in the experience, but one of the things that I am most impressed about with ACE is that you deliver. You deliver on high school graduates, and you have a wildly successful graduation rate at ACE as well, because we are, of course, results focused, and you absolutely put out high school graduates into this community. So I wanted to give you the opportunity to not be so modest and to share the success you have with that.
Well, thank you. We've had 100% grad rates last 4 or 5 years. Our average is around 96, 97% in the last 6 or 7 years. But we're a school of choice. Kids come here, which is not, unfortunately, the school district doesn't have that, and I know that very well. And with that school of choice, we get to have good, honest conversations with kids about choices, try and make adult choices. We try and look at what they're going to do in their future, and our mission is really simple. We just want to turn out good graduates who are positive people in the community, pay their taxes, make a good living, and continuing education. College to us is, whether it's UNR, TMCC, trades, apprenticeship programs, all those to us. Any post-secondary, post-high school is to us our definition of college.
It's still more education.
Yep.
It just may look a little different sometimes, but any idea of how many of your students end up working in the trades?
From our data, and it's hard because they go out and work, and if you can create an app that could get data, boy, you'd be rich, because kids don't respond to anything.
They don't come back and say, hey, I'm in the apprenticeship program.
They don't come back. So we find about 60% go into the trades in some sort, but long-term, longitudinally, we don't know what that number is because they don't tell us, but it is, we do have those success stories, and you know, the young man who is starting his own excavation company, or he's a lineman, or he does the high voltage stuff in the Midwest. Those are, you know, our success stories.
Wow, fantastic. Good choices for kids, so thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And he is serious about it. If you want to go check, bring your energy, because he's so excited and so passionate, and can just tell you everything about those projects for the students. So thank you. Thank you for being here tonight.
Thank you.
As
Thank
well.
you for your
And
consideration.
I want to give you an opportunity to just brag a little bit on the school and on the students. Great staff out there.
And I'd like to appreciate Mr. Searcy here for his hard work, and staff as well.
Good. All right. Thank you so much. Do we have any public comment on this, JJ? Okay. All right, then. I'm sorry. Trustee Rodriguez?
Thank you, Madam President. I just want to echo what what my partners here are saying. I'm really happy to see this, and I would love to make a motion on this. So.
Please go ahead, sir.
I move that the Board of Trustees approves the donation of the real property located at 4917 Hombre Way in Reno to the Academy for Career Education charter school associated with the recent completion of the pupil constructed residence.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor from Trustee Rodriguez. There's a second from Clerk Manetto. Any further discussion? Okay, seeing none. All those. Oh, I'm sorry, Trustee Church.
For the Spanish speakers in the audience, that's Hombre Way, I believe.
Didn't you say he said hombre, didn't you? But thank you for the translation. All right, no further discussion. All those in favor, please indicate so by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposition? The motion carries. Let the record show that it is unanimous.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Bob. Thank you for being here. All right. Love the good news. Okay, we're going to go on to agenda item 3.03. 3.03. Presentation and discussion on Smarter Balanced Assessment, or Assessment Consortium, or SBAC, data in grades 3 through 8, and how the Washoe County School District uses the information to improve student learning outcomes in our schools. This is just for information and discussion, but I'm glad we're having these as The superintendent, Dr. Infield, said we're going to make sure to have quality of education discussion and items throughout our board meetings. And this is our first official. We did a little bit of it last meeting. This is our first official one, so that's why Mr. Edwards is here, because he saw this on the agenda. So this is why he showed up. But certainly glad to have you. So welcome, Dr. Parks and Mr. Ernst.
Deputy Superintendent Keogh, Dr. Taylor, and members of the board, we are pleased to be here tonight to present to you our first quality of education presentation. For the record, Joe Ernst, Chief Accountability Officer. This evening I'll be walking you through the quantitative data that much of our ELA data that we have, and then Dr. Parks will walk us through some of our strategies and action steps that we're working on to continually improve outcomes for our students. We'll start with our overall demographics. You can see just kind of the number of students. You can see the percentage of students with our various population of students, and then our various groups of students. What you might notice there is currently two of our highest percentage of students are our white students, Hispanic students, and then 46% of our students are free and reduced lunch. This slide, let me go ahead and orient you to this slide. So at the top you can see that this is our SBAC ELA performance 21-22, so last school year. And you can see that we have indicated the year 18-19, and then you can see that we've indicated the year 2021.
President Taylor.
Yes, please go ahead, Dr.
Thank
Nicolette.
you. I just, sorry to interrupt, but we in education love our acronyms. Could you just define ELA for the public? It's a big and important.
You bet. I appreciate that. Thank you, Trustee Nicolette. So ELA is short for our English Language Arts. So thank you for putting that on the record. I appreciate that.
And could you just a little more about English Language Arts? Thank you, Joe.
You bet. So English Language Arts really comprises a lot of our reading scores, specifically our reading scores. It also speaks to writing, speaking, and listening. Those are really our four key domains in ELA.
Mm-hmm. And if I may translate for those of us who've been around for a minute, back in the day it was ESL, right? English as a second language. No, it's different. I thought this was just an expansion of that.
I think there's a lot of E's and a lot of L's.
That's it. No, you're right. You're right. Because I'm thinking of ELL, not not ELA.
Yep.
All right. Thank you very much. All right.
All right. Fair enough. Okay. So now again, I'm just going to kind of take you down to the bottom of the slide first. We'll start there. So you can look at our district scores last year. So 45% of our students, 3rd through 8th grade, met or exceeded state standards. When you orient that against 18-19. Now the reason we pick 18-19, as we've discussed at various presentations, that's really pre-pandemic. And we think that that is some of the most stable data that we have as a comparison point. And so you can see that from our comparison point of 18-19, we were at 49%. And you can see last year at 45%. Now, what you can see encouraging on 2020 and 21 is that we did indeed have 5 of our 6th grade levels go up in proficiency compared to the previous year. You've heard us talk about hope and urgency, and so you can see that this slide offers some of that hope. If you look at our 3rd grade, last year in one school year, we were able to get back to pre-pandemic academic levels. So that 44% is the score that our 3rd graders achieved in 18-19. It's the percentage of students that met or exceeded standards last year as well. You could also go up to grade 7, and you can see something very similar there in terms of being able to get back to pre-pandemic academic levels. Again, when we say hope and we say urgency, is certainly all of us would like to see a far greater percentage of our students meeting or exceeding standards. And that's what we're going to speak to tonight, is the strategies and the action steps that we're taking to help us continue to improve those outcomes for students. And so I think that's sufficient on that slide. Also, what I'll do is I'll work through, there's about 4 more slides around the data, and then if there's any questions that you have or clarifications that I can offer, happy to do that on any of the data slides.
Okay, just before you jump in, Trustee Mayberry, because then we do want to go through all of them and then get questions after. Okay, Trustee Mayberry. And just ask it now, and then we'll catch the other ones all together.
I just wanted, thank you, Madam President. I just want to clarify again that first, so grade 8, 43%, these are students that have met standards.
Met or exceeded standards. Yes, that's correct.
Thank you very much.
Mm-hmm.
Trustee Church?
I guess now is a good time on that first slide, and I think you were prepped on this question, I hope. 166 students. So essentially at the time this was done, that's how many students in the district?
That's correct.
Okay. And again, just basically for the record, my understanding is since that we've fallen almost 1,000, exactly 1,000 students to 130. Do you have that information?
There has been a decline of approximately 1,000 students.
And then we had some discussion, because this is so confusing, you don't need to go into the great detail, but if you go to the state website, somehow they claim we've got 65,555 students. Can you give me a really quick explanation of that so people in the audience aren't confused?
You bet. Again, a good question. Thanks for that. Really, that number then includes our district-sponsored charter schools, and that's really what increases that number that you see on the state website.
And then something kind of that affects me, if my math is right, I count 99%, but math wasn't my best subject on the demographics, of Hispanic, American Indian, et cetera. But 42% Hispanic, 42% white. I'm confused there because Hispanic is more of an ethnicity, and I can never pronounce that.
Ethnicity.
Yes, thank you. And for example, si yo quiero, yo puedo decir que soy Latino, or I can say that I can identify or not identify as Hispanic, but I think most people would say that I'm white. Isn't there an overlap, or is it one or the other?
I think that really we stay within the operating definitions that are provided to us by Nevada Department of Education, and really that's how we establish the various groups of students that we report on.
Okay, I haven't read those, but you can't be both?
I'm sorry, can't be both what, Trustee Church?
White and Hispanic.
You can be white Hispanic or white non-Hispanic.
Right.
But in this, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I'm sorry.
No, go ahead, Dr. Parks.
Yeah, for the record, Troy Parks, my understanding is that would be classified possibly as multiracial, and I do know that this data is parents are selecting into the category that they wish to be identified as.
Okay, and that's a good point too. If I want to identify as Asian, that's what I identify as, and I'm not. But essentially, we don't make our own judgment. We let the parents.
That's correct.
Okay.
I've asked, because if I can jump in, you may have more questions, just pause for a moment. I've asked Dr. Keogh, because we know she came from Indy, the Nevada Department of Education, to talk a little bit about the designation here. It isn't talking about it as much as an ethnicity as you're speaking of. It's really a racial identification. So, Dr. Keogh.
Dr. Keogh, for the record, so this is confirming what Mr. Ernst has just said. The Nevada Department of Education is following federal guidelines and requirements. So these categorizations have actually been determined by the federal government and then vetted also with the Nevada Department of Education. And so all districts, including Washoe County School District, would then be in alignment with those requirements.
Thank you, Dr. Keogh. Go ahead, Trustee Church.
And I'm going to slip this in very diplomatically. For example, I'm a big baseball fan, wearing my San Diego Padre tie, even though they're not going to the World Series.
It is not on the agenda.
I got it in. But again, again, I see that in baseball, that we have many, say, that would be perceived as African American who are also Hispanic. I won't mention Juan Soto by name or any of that, but oh my God, I did it. But yeah, okay, I'll move on. I have one other question on the slides. If I'm reading this right, so we're from 2018 in general, we've declined 0.4. Is it 0.4% or
4 percentage points.
So we've
So
declined.
49% down to 45%.
So we're still not overall. We've had some good areas, but obviously we've got some bad areas.
Yes, we've declined overall. I would agree with that. And then I also think there are some points of optimism and then some continued points of areas of focus that we certainly want to continue to improve upon.
And I just want to, I don't want to be negative, but I'm going to be factual. So what I'm seeing, for example, overall, and not on this exact slide, but I can reference that slide if I can find where I left off. So let's even take the best one, 50% meet standard. The bad news is that means 50% don't meet standard. Or the top grade 8, 43% meet standard, 57% don't meet. I did that math pretty quickly too. 57% don't meet standard, unfortunately. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And I guess I just want to emphasize how important this is, quality of education, and how we've got to do better. We've got to do better. And then one final comment is, I really would like to see this, it's not to you, but maybe to my fellow trustees or the superintendent, I'd love to see this as an action item so that we could discuss it and maybe just deliberate some issues rather than right now it's just a discussion item and we can't do anything other than listen. Thank you.
Well, what I would say just on that piece is part of the presentation is staff's recommendations on what we can do to address we as a district can do to address these scores, because partially as trustees, I can't say do this because this is going to help because I don't know. We rely on them as the professionals. So part of what will come in this presentation is we see these. We have some areas we're like, okay, hey, look, 5 out of 6 grade levels, increased performance of the lag. Great, that means we're moving, but we know. I don't think anyone would say that we are where we want to be. So I think you're absolutely right with that. And so then the key thing is, this is where we are, as we were talking in our meeting earlier. How are we going to get better? And that's really what we look to the superintendent and her team to determine. Here are some things that we can do to get better and present where they need approval, where they need funding, where they need curriculum, they need books, whatever. That's the part that comes to us because we can sit there all day and say, look, I read an article and I think this is great. But really the education professionals that we rely on, and then we hold them accountable. Are we getting better? Are we not getting better? And so I'm looking forward to the conversation after we get through the data part to say, okay, so now what are we going to do? We see where we are, right? We have some good news. We got to get better news, right? So what are we going to do so we can work on that, get better? I'm looking forward to that piece. And I think that's getting towards the conversation you want to have, Trustee Church.
Okay, thanks to all. So we'll go through a couple more slides. You can see that there are large academic disparities amongst many of the groups of students that we have just spoken about. You can see the district average, and then you can see comparisons. Oftentimes, there's an appetite to compare to get some point of reference around the data if you look all the way to the right. And I would also like to just make sure that if you look historically, this is going back 17, 18, 18, 19, 2021, 21, 22, and even prior to that. These are large academic disparities that have been prevalent over long periods of time. And certainly the pandemic continued to put a point on those academic disparities. You can see some of the largest performance gaps are amongst the populations on the right-hand side with our Hispanic, American, Indian, Pacific Islander. And then we also see large performance gaps with our free and reduced lunch population, our children in transition population, our individualized education plan population, and then our multilingual or English learning students. Here is a slide that will show us, again, we've tried to back this out so that there is a historical perspective to try to really kind of root the data. So you can see this goes back to 15-16. You can see Nevada all the way over on the left, 47% proficiency in 15-16. 18-19, you can see 49%. Again, we think that that's a real stable year. SBAC had been now in place for 3 to 4 years. The growth data solidified, and we really think that that's a pretty stable data indicator in 18-19. And then you can see last year as a state, Nevada, 44% proficiency rate. And again, that's meeting or exceeding state standards in English language arts. If you look all the way to the right, you can see where Washoe County School District is. And so Washoe County School District, as we've kind of discussed a little bit already, at 45% proficiency. Again, you can compare that to 18-19 in the 49% proficiency. You can see that we outpace Clark County School District, and then you can see that our state charters are outperforming the state as a whole, as well as Washoe County School District. This one takes a good bit of analysis and detail when you look at it. But I do think it's a really good slide to offer some perspective. So oftentimes, again, we try to get some comparison. And so we see that Washoe County School District, all the way on the bottom in gold, you can see that that is the graph that represents Washoe County. Then you can see the various states selected. Those states are selected because they too take SBAC tests. And it's really good that we have a number of other states that take that test that give us these points of comparison. And you can see that in this slide back in 18-19, you can look, and at the top, you can see Washington State. And then you can see Connecticut moving down from there, Delaware, California, Montana. And this compares us against that. And I think it is worth noting that SBAC really is a measure of college and career readiness. And so prior to SBAC testing, state testing really was really assessing students at lower depth of knowledge questions, more recall and factual based. And so again, just to build our understanding about this, SBAC is really a rigorous test that measures college, career, and highly skilled career readiness. And so I think that's worth pointing out. Additionally worth pointing out is you can see back in 18-19 where these comparison points are. I know Mr. Mathers has talked to us about per pupil funding, and I think that's an interesting aspect when we look at this slide. But again, this is a comparison, and you can see that when you look at this slide, our comparisons are really 5th out of 9 and lower. Now, interestingly, when you go to 21-22, you can see that now, rather than 5 out of 9, as we have indicated, the reason there's not 9 is sometimes related to the public reporting requirements that each state has and our ability to access that public reporting. So that's why there's just a slight difference there. But what you see is you see really in our 7th grade, now 2nd out of 8 when we compare to other SBAC states. Again, the overall percentage is something that I think all of us here are committed to improving, and all of us have that desire to do. But when you look at this, when we try to find those points of hope, again coupled with the need for urgency, you can see here that from 21-22, there was less regression in Washoe County School District than many of the states that we're comparing against. And so I just point that out, and I think it's fair if there's questions on this. Happy to answer it because I know there's a lot to this.
Okay. Well, did you get through the data slides you wanted to? Okay.
I did.
So
Thank
any
you.
questions on these last 3 or 4 data slides? There's a lot of information here.
Sorry.
Trustee Church, I saw you, Trustee Church. Go ahead.
No, okay, I'm sorry. Number 6, slide 6, that's a good example, where there's a sense of urgency. The one, at least it's my slide 6, I think, it shows us compared to the other counties. And it
Yes.
lists 18 because it includes the state charter. I think, I'm not positive if I missed one, but I think we come out 5th out of the state. So again, something we can be proud of, even though there is a sense of urgency. And much like my San Diego Padres beating the Dodgers, we beat Clark County.
That's off of the agenda. Yes, Trustee Smith and then Trustee Mayberry.
Thank you, President Taylor. My first one is a favor, and it is on slide 4. Just as a little thing, I'm going to echo Vice President Nicolette as a favor in the footers. When we use this many acronyms, it would be great to have something in the footers so that most people who are reading this may not know what CAT is. I didn't know before I was a trustee. So just as a friendly note, to always have our acronym radars up. But what I really like to direct ourselves to is slide 8, which is the ELA SBAC performance by state. I love the way that this information is presented, and I want to specifically stop and pause on something. Not only are you showing the state numbers, but you're showing a bunch of other states as well too. Before I go on, can you pause on that and talk to us about how this peer group of states was chosen for the comparison for us?
Yes, you bet. So the states that you see up there, they also take the SBAC consortium tests. And so not all states are using SBAC, but all of these states are SBAC states. With the overall public reporting of scores, there's different release dates by the states. And so this is the data that we have the best access to right now. We've used these states previously, last school year, as points of comparison as well. And so that's how those states are chosen as a point of comparison.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Another point that I'd like to make, again, just emphasizing that I really appreciate the transparency of this data. You have Nevada shown as a state, and then you have Washoe County. And you have Washoe County called out. I want to be very clear about this. Washoe County is not the state of Nevada. We are a county within the state of Nevada. I ask our community members, I ask our teams to focus on WCSD and its standings. What these numbers are showing us is, although we absolutely have a way to go, but if I'm not incorrect, Washoe County is outperforming the state of Nevada in every metric I see here, and many other entire states. That gives me hope. It shows that our teachers are working. It shows the ESSER money that we've been spending responsibly to turn out these results are working. And absolutely we have a ways to go, but I would really like to bring everyone's attention to Washoe County School District on these charts as opposed to the entire state of Nevada. So I really like the way this information is presented.
Thank you, Trustee Smith.
Thank you, Trustee Smith. We'll go on to Trustee Mayberry.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, gentlemen. Sort of piggybacking on a little bit of what Trustee Smith inquired. With respect to the states, I understand it was a sort of a snapshot. The states that you had access to. So background for SBAC. How many states participate in SBAC?
It's approximately 15 states.
It is? Okay. Okay. And the SBAC is given once a year, right? So there's really no measure. It's a snapshot in time, I guess, is what my point is. We can't really measure the growth in this particular testing.
Correct. The SBAC is administered typically between March and May, and it does measure a full grade level of learning, and it's administered in March and May. There are some growth metrics that we can look at within SBAC. However, the overall growth metrics, given a number of situations, primarily around the overall test participation rate, are not as stable as they've been back when we look at overall growth data in 18-19.
And Joe, could I just, Trustee Mayberry,
Sure.
I just want to say, and you've heard me talk about this, we are working to reinstate the MAP, the Measures of Academic Progress, as a growth measure, so that we will have growth data as well as this summative data. And so that is coming in the next, I think Dr. Parks can probably give you the timeline for when we'll be reinstating MAP. But we will have better growth data soon that we simply don't have right now.
Fair enough, thank you. And quick question too. Joe, you'd mentioned that this is a measure that sort of measures college and career readiness, right? And so I'm just curious, and if this sounds like a criticism, it's not intended to be, but why would we measure the college career readiness of a third grade or fourth grade?
Really, I think it's a great question, and I appreciate that being brought up, Trustee Mayberry. I think there was very much a movement that felt that the overall rigor of learning across the country needed to improve. And so the assessments, there was concern about the assessments really being maybe false positives as far as understanding students' actual proficiency rates. And so the rigor of the test is much more. And then when you look at following that pathway up, there are strong predictors that when students are proficient on SBAC, that they will go on in both of those areas to be college and career ready and highly skilled ready as well.
Okay, thank you. And the slide that talked about state charter, that's state charter schools, right? Not the state of Nevada charter schools. We're talking state administered charters.
State charter authority.
Thank you, Trustee Mayberry. Trustee Rodriguez?
Oh, yes, thank you, Madam President. I did want to kind of echo what Trustee Smith and Trustee Mayberry. These numbers are showing positivity. We're going in the right direction, and I want to give a shout out to our educators for going through everything they've gone through the last few years, and I just want to go on record stating that they're doing this with a very limited budget. We as a district are, and I can only imagine what we do if we actually put some more money into our district and see where we could go from there, speed this up and get us to where we belong. So thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Rodriguez. I'm going to go to Dr. Nicolette and then back to Trustee Smith.
This is kind of a tough one to bring up, but it's something I learn when I visit schools, which is a very important part of, I feel, my work. I find that teachers in general, this is not their favorite assessment, their favorite test, the SBAC. And I think the concern and the struggle is that it doesn't really provide them that growth data that they're really looking for. They're the experts in the classroom, and really I'm learning that this is usable information, but it's not what teachers think about on a daily basis to help their children academically. So I'm really glad to hear from Superintendent Enfield that we're looking at maps again, because I can tell you that I hear regularly that teachers miss that, and administrators miss that, and I understand the intent of this. Do we have to do this because we have to do this? Okay. Thank you. So
it's mandated by the
it's
state.
Mandated, right? Do we have
Vice
to do
President
this?
Nicolette,
Can we get rid
the
of
federal
it?
government mandates that all states have a standardized measure for assessing students. So we are one of the states that uses the Smarter Balanced assessment. Other states use other assessments. But yes, this is mandated at the federal level and the state level. We don't have a choice on this one.
So
and I agree with you. I think like any assessments, it has its limitations. It's not my favorite either, but it is a requirement.
So Did I hear that correct? Thank you very much. Did I hear that correctly, that we don't have to use SBAC, but we have to use a similar tool?
No, we do.
Yes and no.
It is a state decision. So the state has said that the Smarter Balanced Assessment is what we need to use, I believe. And Dr. Keogh, please jump in if I'm wrong here. But every state across the country has to choose a measure that they are using.
Thank you, Dr. Enfield. Dr. Keogh?
That is correct. So what Superintendent Enfield has just shared is correct. So every state has the opportunity to select an assessment for their state, and NDE just went through last year the request for proposal process, and it was Smarter Balance. I think it was last year. I apologize. I need to confirm that again. But when it went through the RFP process, it was Smarter Balance that was selected.
And thank you for that. And I guess what I would just throw out there, and it's just food for thought, is that I am hoping that the Nevada Department of Education is seeking input from our teachers around the state and our administrators, because my sense is this is not a fave. I'm finished. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Nicolette. Trustee Smith.
I'm going to carry on from Dr. Nicolette. We were in the same brain hammock. So one, I've got to come back to this. This is a huge Easter egg. For those of you who know about MAP, that's a pretty big Easter egg, and that's very exciting, Superintendent Enfield, that MAP's going to be coming back. And I know that because so many of our school leaders have said that they really appreciated that assessment and the data they got from it. So is that a definite change, or is that still something that we're considering? Just out of curiosity, just to make sure I heard it correctly, because I got a little excited.
Dr. Enfield, that's part of. Are we for sure that not we, you, that MAP is coming back?
Yes, MAP is coming back, and I would ask Dr. Parks to share with you right now what the time frame on that is.
Please, Dr. Parks.
You're stealing my thunder, Dr. Enfield.
Sorry.
The timing is, and I'll go more into detail, we want to be able to administer the MAP assessment in the winter and then be very strategic with the data that we get from the assessment and make kind of third quarter adjustments for our students in their learning. And I'm going to go more into that. But basically, it's in process of being purchased right now. It's been approved by Financial Review Committee. We have the funds, and now it's a matter of getting the product and rostering the students in there. And I'll go more into detail about our intentions when we get to that section. Does that work for you, Trustee Smith?
That works for me. And again, I'm just going to focus on this because this is what I hear as a trustee. I've heard so many administrators asking for MAP. I heard teachers asking for MAP. I've heard parents asking for MAP. And so I am really grateful that we tried something different. We've heard that feedback, and now we're going back to that. And I think that that is a sign of a healthy organization and healthy decision making, quite honestly. The part two to that, and I'm thrilled with that because there's not too many teachers and administrators who ask for an assessment tool back, for the record. That brings me to part two, which is we know we have to do SBAC. We're choosing to have MAP. Can we also, or are we also doing a serious audit of all the other assessments that are being done so that we can really hone in on the assessments that we're choosing to use and maybe being aware of any other assessment tools that are out there and the time that they may be used so that we can just focus on the ones that we're choosing and maybe being aware of how other assessments are used and the time around that?
Excellent question. Answer is absolutely. Mr. Ernst and myself are looking at that, and we are both in agreement that assessments should always be given based on instruction and to drive instruction. We should not have many opportunities to give a test like an SBAC that's truly a test that we wait a lot of time to get any feedback on for it to be useful for the learning process. So we are looking at a very balanced approach where if you're the teacher, you understand the purpose behind every assessment, and it's extremely coherent for you to realize your curriculum and your grade level, where and when and why we assess, and that data is useful to you as a teacher to move your students forward.
I appreciate that, and thank you for that, Trustee Smith. My comment around that was it's just really important to note the differences between those two. Right, one is we have the state required, and thank you, Dr. Enfield, for weighing in. I didn't know that the feds required every state do it, but I knew it was a state requirement that we use SBAC. And I did know about the recent RFP, and SBAC was awarded it once again. That's a very different measure, a very different tool than the MAP, right? The MAP is the one that really measures the growth, and that shows that this is how your student was doing at this point, this is how they've grown, and this is how they're doing here, and this is where they haven't made the growth that we wanted them to. I mean, that's the way that's the tool. To me, that's how assessment should work. You can take a look, you can see, okay, great, how am I going to help? This student has grown from here to here. Oh, it was little growth here. How can I change my instruction, my work with this student so that we can help him or her get to that point, where they are? That's what that should be all about. And so I'm grateful for really being able to bit about the difference between them. Why do you need them both? That's why. Right? That's why. Because the growth, the MAP, the growth tool is much more valuable and much more useful in how are you helping students, right? How are we even changing the quality of education, right? How are we getting to where it is that we want? That's the tool that helps us. And then I'm glad you asked about the audit, and that it's certainly something that's happening, because obviously when we're all out there visiting schools and talking, one of the things that we hear more than anything else is how much of this stuff can we take off our plates, because it takes away from instruction time. And the single most important thing that happens in our buildings is classroom instruction. That's more important than anything else, right? And so more of the things that we can do to look at that. So thank you for doing that, because I think that helps at least the teachers, the educators know that's something that's on the radar that we're taking a look at. And if there are things that can be, maybe we don't need that. Maybe it's not helping. Or if there are things that this is why this tool is important, and maybe it helps teachers understand how they can use it a little bit better, right? Then there's more than just here's something else I have to do, but oh great, I see how this can help me in my instruction time. So I think that's time well spent. So I applaud the work, the effort, looking into that. And then where we can say, well, maybe this one we don't need, let's be willing to do that, right? So we can free the teachers up for the single most important thing that happens. Right? So Trustee Mayberry and then Dr. Nicolette.
Thank you, Madam President. I think what you said was already what I had on my mind, as did Trustee Smith. I just don't want us to get to the point where we're over-testing and we're using all these multiple assessments, because I hear that in the classroom a lot. So that's just a comment. I don't want to take us down that rabbit hole now, but I do want to caution us. I'm glad MAP's coming back, but it sounds like we got to do SBAC, and before you know it, we're going to need a lot more mental health support. So just, be mindful of that. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Mayberry. Trustee Nicolette?
I kind of want to end with this, as we critiqued, and we're very honest. I see some good things happening in our schools using SBAC information. For example, Lebanon Valley Elementary School, I'll just give that one example. Phenomenal work with the principal and the team of teachers, and how they were using SBAC to really inform their work. Even though it was after the fact, they were still using it. And it was really wonderful to see. They had this beautiful chart with all the different colors and students' first names, and they knew who they were talking about. And it was really, it was heartwarming to see that, because like I said, I've had some questions about it, and they were finding a way to use the SBAC information to the students' advantages.
Thank you, Dr. Nicolette. There are two things before we go on. I know there's the so now what part of this presentation that we really want to get to. Two things. One is, actually before I go to, I see our superintendent. We can't see her when the slides are up, and so I know she wants to chime in. So thank you for saying I want to chime in. So thank you, Dr. Enfield, and I'll have my comments. Go ahead.
Thank you, President Taylor. I just want to say that we are doing a very careful analysis of all of the assessments. In fact, I have a packet in my file folder right here that Dr. Parks and his team prepared for me with every assessment that we are giving in every content area at every grade level. And I want to say publicly that I do believe that we can scale back on some of our district level assessments that are within our control to determine whether we give or not. I think you all know that we put a pause on our finals, the district level finals that we give, to reevaluate that. So Dr. Parks and the assessment team and I will be having some really good conversations in the weeks and months ahead. And I do think that there are some more streamlined ways that we can make sure that we're assessing our kids, but not over assessing.
I appreciate that, Dr. Enfield. I think that's music to, certainly to the ears of our educators, because they just want to educate kids. And the more that we can do to support them in that and allow them, so thank you for that piece. The other thing I wanted to say is, and I know we're getting to the what do we do with this piece, I just want to make sure that we're mindful of, we have some gaps in some of our most vulnerable populations. And I mean, as we look at it, I always talk about, we got to talk about what's strong, we got to talk about what's wrong. That's something we've just got to get better at. And I think it's just important to say that specifically and deliberately and intentionally. We see that. We see that, and we'll be working on it, and that's the part we're going to now. So with that, I think I'm segueing to Dr. Parks.
Thank you, Dr. Taylor. Yes, so now is so what are we doing about it part. And I want to first call out that if you've been in schools, it has a much different feel than the start of last year. I would describe it as extremely focused on improving student learning outcomes, very focused on teaching and learning. Many conversations I've had with principals, it feels like school and not how are we going to stay open, who has to get vaccinated, all those things that we've been dealing with. So with the strategies, I'm only going to call out a few on each slide. I'm not going to read through each of them. But as you mentioned, we have some academic disparities that are unacceptable. So in our core materials, I want to make sure we're all aware of what we call elevation. And elevation is a new tool that we have specifically designed to meet the needs of our EL students, those are our English language learners. And we have assessment data that categorizes where their deficiencies might be, and that was in the areas of reading, writing, speaking, and listening. What's great about this tool is it gives our classroom teachers Tier 1 supports to deliver the content to better meet the needs of our EL students. And that has been purchased for all of our teachers and being utilized. Also want to point out that last spring we worked very hard between the offices of curriculum instruction and assessment. We had received feedback around common assessments that they weren't very well aligned to essential standards. And we spent the better half of the last quarter of last semester really focusing in and aligning to make sure that our assessments were aligned to assessing those essential standards. In areas of supplemental materials, I want to point out reading A to Z. This is our supplemental materials that gives leveled readers, and what's great about these leveled readers is they stay in line with our core material. So for example, in 5th grade, if you're learning about the Revolutionary War in your core language arts material, you have supplemental materials that are leveled readers coming from reading A to Z, and those can be utilized so that a student isn't reading in isolation, but they're learning the content about the Revolutionary War right along with their peers. Also, for addressing academic disparities, really excited about the purchase of Goal Book. Board of Trustees approved this purchase in the past, And for our students receiving special education services, this really has the opportunity to be a game changer, because not only does it allow our special education teachers the opportunity to assure that they are setting goals based on our Nevada academic content standards, it also provides them research-based specialized instruction right with the IEP and the goals that they can utilize to make sure our special education students are getting the specialized instruction that they need to meet the standards. As you're probably aware, we have our learning facilitators at our elementary schools. They're able to provide interventions, often what we call in Tier 2 or Tier 3. Tier 2 is those students that are a little bit behind, and Tier 3 is those students that are severely behind. So we have them providing interventions there. And our PD days, as we talk about assessment, I'm sure we're going to be talking more about it, but we just received word from Nevada Department of Education that our professional development days have been approved. So we are going to have a professional development day January 9th, as well as March 13th. And the Office of Academics, Office of School Leadership, and Office of Accountability, we're working on what the plan will be for our MAP assessment data. So if we give that MAP assessment in the winter, we want to be able to have a very concrete plan for our principals to utilize the data, and whether it be individual or small group focus, when they come back in the winter, in the spring session, that they're able to really functionally support teachers in the focus that students need to have to be prepared for SBAC. We plan to deliver this plan at our academy for our principals in December. But basically it is, okay, we're going to take some norm referenced assessments. What are we going to do about it? Because we don't ever want to go back to just using it as data that looks good for the kids who are achieving high, but that for our kids who are struggling on it, there's the urgency is we got to have strategies in place, and our responsibility at district is to make sure we're ready to support our principals and provide them guidance and support in looking at the data and making decisions about what instruction should occur in that third quarter. Real quick, just a reminder that we did update those common assessments, and they are very well aligned to our essential standards.
I'm going to jump in just before you go, and Dr. Infield would like to chime in as well. Madam Superintendent?
Thank you, President Taylor, and thank you, Dr. Parks. I just want to provide a little more clarification to add to what Dr. Parks is sharing. First of all, I think it's important to note that the significance of MAP is that it's growth data. So that initial administering of MAP isn't going to be super useful, because that's going to be sort of our baseline. What will be useful is when we give it subsequently, and we'll be able to see where our students are or are not making growth. And then, of course, next year the goal will be that we give it 3 times a year so that we have that growth data at the end of the year. The other thing that I think is important to share with respect to Dr. Parks' very important point, that having the data is one thing, doing something with the data is another. Mm-hmm. And so I have asked the team that we actually plan out our professional development days next year and time them around when we will have MAP data, so that our teachers can actually use some PD time to do collaborative planning and principals in response to what that data tells them, because otherwise it's not going to do anything to help our children. And so I share that because it's important for me that the trustees and the public and our staff and students and families understand that we are really approaching these challenges with a sort of a spirit of intention and strategic focus, so that we can really see more rapid and significant gains over time. Because while I appreciate the fact that there are bright spots here, and we should certainly celebrate the fact that we are incrementally moving forward, but I know that we all agree that incremental progress is simply not enough when it comes to our children. We do need to do better. And so I just wanted to put that in there just to give you a signal of some additional information that you'll be hearing about as we plan for next year as well. Thank you, President Taylor. And thank you, Dr. Parks.
Thank you, Dr. Enfeld. And I want to, if I glossed over it, that January 9th date is going to be a professional development date where it will be intensive data focus. And also on the March 13th as well, we will have a data focus, and not just admiring it, but making action plans to improve it.
Thank you, Dr. Parks. So, hey, we have a couple of comments from the trustees. Trustee Smith? We'll wait until that. Dr. Nicolette?
I think now is a good time. Okay. I do want to, two things. I want to say that those essential standards, I believe, have laid a wonderful groundwork for the triangulation, if you will, of SBAC and MAP, and I'm very excited about that. And yes, we have work to do. Two terms that I think the public, and I could use a reminder myself, norm referenced and criterion referenced. Can you please distinguish those two terms?
Sure. I'll give the short version, and if I make a mistake, I'm sure Joe can give you the correct version. So norm reference is simply we are looking to distribute student achievement through 1 through 99 percentile, and you get the old bell curve or standard distribution. And so we're really wanting to compare kids against kids based on their achievement levels. Criterion is we're looking to compare kids against the standard. So our standards are assessed at a level, and as Joe had pointed out, we're more of a college and career readiness level. So you might have 5 to 6 questions based on a certain standard, and that's the criterion, and then that's where you'll get the metrics like exceeds standard, meets standard, approaching standard, or emerging, developing. So very different purposes in what their intentions are. Did I pass?
Okay. All right. I think we're moving on. You did good. You get a passing grade on that, Dr. Parks.
All right. So in the area of adult learning and staff supports, again, our learning facilitators at our elementaries, they are the on-site coaching and support for our teachers. Also want to point out that we have completely now a site-based mentor program working with human resources. What that looks like is we are training on-site teachers to play mentor roles, and with the consulting teachers that used to play that role being back in classrooms, it's a well-received change at sites. One of our relative needs to improve is our middle school. As we look further into the data, we see that there tends to be a drop-off in both ELA and math. So we've worked with our middle school principals in the past, and they are united in that they work very hard at that middle school transition. That happens at 6th grade now. That wasn't always the case in our district. What that event looks like is a very social event where it's a meet and greet opportunity. But if you went to a middle school with your child, you'd have an opportunity to go meet the teachers, try to stay on a bell schedule and see what it's like to have 5 minutes passing time, get to know the expectations for the classrooms, and that's across all of our middle schools. Also revamped our ELA common quarterlies, again based on the essentialist standards. And one thing that our principals and staffs are working on at the middle school level is the engagement piece. While sometimes this can be glossed over, it's very important to keep our students engaged in things that interest them. So we've gone to a middle school intramural model, and this is various intramurals being played usually during the lunch hour, and also have many of our schools participating in robotics, and those are at various times of the day. If you recall, we had a presentation about an anonymous donor who wanted to get robotics going in our middle schools.
Can we?
So
I'm sorry, we have a comment. I'm sorry, go ahead, Trustee Smith.
Yeah, I'm still holding that other one, but on this slide 12, really quick, the last bullet that's in adult learning and staff supports, I just want to pause on that because I fully agree with President Taylor that the single most important job that we have is educating our students, and the single most important part is making sure that teachers have instructional time, period. And for them to be the most effective, they need that prep time. This last bullet, for the people that are following along in our community, is a fairly groundbreaking thing. So I was wondering if you could just pause on that and talk us through this, because this is another example of the ways that we're listening and expanding the options that we have with our teachers so that they can focus on that classroom instructional time. And I believe we're going to see some additional success as a result of that bullet. So if you could expand on it.
That's a good point. Good point to pull that out, because that's a new change, and it really does show that we're hearing what our teachers are saying, that they need this additional time. So, and we see that our students certainly can benefit from it as well. So, please, Dr. Parks.
Absolutely. Thank you, Trustee Smith. Yes, so as we're all probably keenly aware, we started off the year with many teacher vacancies and made some really hard, good decisions to put people back in classrooms. With that, we still had the circumstances where our teachers were still carrying more of the load by filling in for teacher vacancies and what we call prep period buyouts. And really, if we learned anything from the pandemic, is that we all have our points of, I've had enough. I'm starting to feel like I can't focus anymore. So in listening to our WEA president, we made the decision that we would provide some of the early release Wednesdays, 50% of them, for teacher prep. As we said, teachers were getting burnout. So to counter that and make sure that the system that we have practiced with all of our PLC practices, we definitely wanted to keep that momentum. I think it is we've had a 3-year focus. Administrators and teachers really believe in the process. And so rather than just say, we don't have that time anymore, we wanted to make stipend monies available. So many of our teachers, you've probably seen this, they work extra hours and time because it's so important to them to meet the needs of their students that they often spend weekends, late evenings, time in the summer focusing on how they can best meet the needs of their kids. So we want to honor that work, and we're hoping that our teachers will take advantage of that PLC stipend time where we're focusing on how can we better meet the learning needs of our kids.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Trustee Smith. That was really good to pull it to the forefront to make sure that's not lost. That's a really important point. So, Dr. Parks?
All right, so I spoke a little bit about this, the conditions for learning, and we see much better conditions to start this year. Just want to point out that our free breakfast and lunch programs have been expanded from 40 to 53. Many of our schools are doing positive behavior supports to combat our attendance. If you remember last year, we had really struggling attendance. Really working hard at incentivizing our students to be in school and providing them positive behavior supports. Also want to point out restorative practices. We know a lot of students, a lot of adults had impacts from the pandemic, and where we do see behaviors at times in our schools, and rather than a student spending time away from school, we want to do everything we can to keep them in school, and that's where our restorative practices comes in.
Dr. Parks, I'm going to jump in right there just because I think it's important to talk a little bit about restorative practices. Does it mean the kid doesn't have any disciplinary action of any kind if they're behaving appropriately? I think there's kind of a misnomer about restorative practices.
No, and if you want to go, I think Dr. Lamarca could speak to it more, but my understanding is exactly that it's not that there's no discipline, it's that there's a better understanding of the behavior and how it manifested and what happened because of the behavior, and that part of the practice is that we want to make amends and make sure that we do everything to help the student understand the ramifications of their behavior, but that there often could be still discipline. It's just we're trying to get away from suspensions where if we send most of our students that we would send home for suspendable offenses, I'm overgeneralizing, but in general we're sending them home to no learning opportunity at all.
Okay, I appreciate that clarification. Thank you. I think that does it. I think that covers it. I know Dr. Lamarca was on the ready, though. Please go ahead.
All right, so in the area of family and community supports, our Family School Partnerships does a tremendous job. They provide literacy support as well as parent university. Right now we have parent-teacher conferences going on, and many of our schools have moved to what we call student-led conferences, and this is where we provide our students the tools and the skills to lead their own conference, talk about their own strengths, talk about areas that they need to work on, as well as their action plan and goals to achieve their goals. Next one. So, as we talk about hope.
Oh, your mic's off. Okay, there we are.
All right. So as we talk about hope and urgency, it has huge impact on my role as Chief Academic Officer. I'm much more on the urgent side. With the responsibility that I now have, where we've combined Office of Academics as well as Office of School Leadership, I've been given a tremendous opportunity and responsibility to create urgency within our office. And our office is transitioning to much more of a teaching, learning, and leadership focus. And the idea is that if we're going to get better as a district, it has to start at the district level, and we have to provide better support, better mentoring, and better focus to our principals around instructional leadership, teaching, and learning. So it's a tremendous opportunity. We are working on that right now. There's more to come. Pointed this out a little bit earlier, though. Everybody is finishing up, putting the final touches on school performance plans. They are also aimed at getting rid of our discrepancies, our achievement gaps, our academic disparities. We also have an opportunity here, hopefully in the near future, when we look at our middle school English language arts, I don't think anybody on the academic side would say we're confident that we have high quality materials. So we have an opportunity to vet and make sure that we are making very good decisions, research-based and high quality instructional materials to create some better coherence in English language arts in our middle schools. And then I'm extremely pleased, while we thought this would be a year coming off the pandemic to only set foundations for grading practices, and this is standards-based grading, because we really want our parents to understand where a student is learning the standards, not necessarily a grade that sometimes doesn't represent learning. As I talk to more and more principals, there's a lot of momentum that they have really united, and they're saying, yes, we want to do this. We don't want to continue with the foundation. We want to start implementing. So we're working on what that could look like as far as standards-based for elementary, and then our high schools, a lot of them are asking for the same practices. So very different feel this year. As we started off, we have a lot of growth that is needed, especially for our most vulnerable populations, and I am excited about the opportunity to be the one who has responsibility to start getting better right now. So with that, glad to take any more questions.
Okay, I do see a couple. I know Trustee Smith, you were hanging on to your question, and then...
I'll defer to Vice President.
Okay, Vice President Nicolette will go with you, and then Trustee Smith.
Thank you. You're very gracious. So I'm still trying to understand standard-based grading. And I have a book that was loaned to me, thank you very much, that I'm still struggling a little bit to understand it. It could be my age, my experience, history, and I'm mired in what was. So can you help us understand why this is a good direction for us?
I think so. And if not, Joe can help me out. So currently with grading practices where nothing has changed, we're more of a percentage-based grading approach, and it's very hard to discern, if I'm getting a C, then what does that really mean for my learning? It means I'm average. If we are successful in a standards-based approach, it will, so for a third grade student, you as a parent would have the standards in English language arts and the level that they're supposed to be learned at for your third grader, and you're going to get the numerical 1 through 4 about how they're doing based on the standard that they're supposed to be learning. Just block out the need to see a B, C, D, or an F, but so a 4 would mean like a mastery level. A 3 would be that they're learning the content. A 2 would be close, and 1 would be we got some work to do. But that's the type of conversations we're having, where is simply based on, is the student learning the standards that are expected in the grade level, not averaging, not getting extra credit, but really a focus on students learning what they're supposed to learn.
Standards according to whom? What standards?
Nevada academic content standards.
And those are our essential standards are aligned with those. I guess what I'm trying to get at is we're doing this essential standards work, which I know that I believe in the work. And I guess my question is there going to be a coherence between what we're working on at Washoe County School District and the Nevada standards?
Thank you for the gentle prompt. Yes. To be clear, our essential standards are aligned to college and career readiness, and you would expect to see very similar items if you talk about our common assessments on SBAC as well as MAP. So they're measuring college and career readiness. Yes.
I have a lot more to think about and read about and talk about. Thank you. I appreciate that.
I'm right there with you.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you,
We love education.
Thank you, Vice President Nicolette. Trustee Smith.
Thank you, President Taylor. Two things. One, I see the school performance plans, and the question I was holding until the end is when I see the gaps. So we've got some really clear data, and I'm going to focus specifically around children in transition. We know the schools where these children are at. I don't know if it's true for this 22-23 school year, but I do believe that as of last school year, I'll use Libby Booth as an example. We know that a majority of our students, they have the highest percentage of students experiencing homelessness and at-risk children. Is there a way to cocoon around? Now, I'm not presuming their outcomes, because I do know that in the previous year's SBACs, they actually raised their reading SBACs a bit. When we know that we have larger populations of certain students with demonstrated gaps, is there a way to cocoon around these schools? And I'm just kind of talking out loud. I know that the school performance plans have something to do with it, but so much of what we do is kind of universally offered. What I want to make sure that we're doing is when we know that we have larger populations of students with these gaps, that we are also cocooning them individually as a school population and a student needs population to give them what they need, so that it's not necessarily what we're offering everyone, but maybe unique to the populations that they are educating and the families they're serving.
This one I am going to pass, but I would definitely concur, and we do that. The reason that I'd like Joe to answer that is because he has experience from serving at one of those schools where it's definitely an opportunity to cocoon and surround them. So I want him to be able to speak to his experience and what we do.
Perfect. And I don't want you to feel too on the spot, so it's not like you have to have all these answers. We are talking about the things important to us, and that's why I bring this up.
Yeah, I think it's a terrific question. And so if you start with the school performance plans, what we look at there is we really look to see what are the intentional strategies that are going to be offered to support the individual populations of students. So we start there by really trying to identify it. I think Dr. Lamarca's team and our strategies team plays a vital role in that. We have CIT, Children in Transition coordinators that work carefully with our schools around trying to put whatever those supports are in place. That might be transportation. That might be a need for some basic school supplies. It might be liaisoning with Northern Nevada Food Bank to ensure that we are wrapping our hands all the way around every student in our building. And so I like the term cocoon because I think it says exactly the same thing. It's mobilizing the efforts in the building to make sure that everyone in that building and then the access to the external supports outside that building are fully putting their hands around every student to try to meet their needs.
Thank you very much, and I would definitely encourage us to continue with that. So thank you for that. The second part is this was our first quality of education item, and I want to let you know that I'm really happy with this is going to be something we do this with, and we grow and we evolve with it. Again, I was really honored to bring this about over about a year's worth of work with Dr. Nicolette and then now with Superintendent Enfield. And I think for a first time out, I believe the information was transparent. It was clear. We've talked a lot about some of our priorities. I think we've imparted some direction, and we will learn as we go with this. But I'm thrilled to see this on our agenda, and I am very happy with this first agenda item out, which we'll have on a regular basis. So thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Trustee Church, I see your light just popped on.
Thank you. First of all, I would like to say that I see, this has been excellent, and thank you. I see this as the glass is half full, not half empty, almost exactly half. That said, 55% of our students are not meeting standards district-wide, and we've fallen 4% since 2018. So the sense of urgency, as you said, Mr. Ernst, is there. The second thing I want to point out, again, my strong position, this should be an action item. I won't beat it to death, but it should be. The third thing I'd like to mention, because we are half full, not half empty, for the critics, and I can be one, I want to remind folks that we have a brand new superintendent. She has my full support. Her picture is not up there now because we have the slides, but she has already made, in just these few months, so many changes, so many realignments, so many bodies back in the classroom. So for the critics, I just want to emphasize that. Let's give her a chance, because December, it's coming up soon, is her actual strategic plan, or whatever we want to call it. But I'm very, very hopeful and supportive of our new superintendent. My takeaway from the presentation, especially those last couple slides that talked about family and community support, Tier 3 interventions, to me, my personal opinion, that's almost the meat of the matter. That's probably the most important part, because it's the at-risk kids are so at risk that we have to deal with that. To me, that's the good parents take care of their kids. It's the at-risk children that I care so deeply about, and that those interventions and family support, I think, is a big, big part of the puzzle. And along those lines, representing my own personal opinion, I think what's extremely important, and I've talked to the superintendent, is our community partnerships, including but not limited to nonprofits. I really want to see that expand. Businesses, any community groups, any nonprofits, anybody out there in the community that can help us, because the one thing I emphasize, the at-risk kids, or all of the kids, their issues don't stop at 2:30 when school's out, or don't stop on Friday afternoon. You know, they're 24/7. So that's where the community support that you covered in there, that's where that comes in, that they don't do well, or we're doing okay, and then we lose them on a Saturday night when they get into trouble. So that pretty well sums up my opinion, but we are a long ways to go. The glass is half full. I support the new superintendent, although I am going to say again, I'd like to see it as an action item so there can be at least the opportunity for deliberation. And thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Trustee Church. I'm going to just say a couple things. There's certainly opportunity for deliberation. Just because there isn't an action item, there's certainly opportunity for deliberation. Secondly, I would say, I don't think you intended this, but you said the good parents take care of their kids, but because the kid might be at risk, it doesn't mean they have bad parents.
Well, I think I said bad parents, but
well, no, you didn't. But you left it out there to imply I don't know that that's your intention, but I wanted to make it really clear, because a child may be at risk, it doesn't mean they have bad parents. It means that they're at risk, and I think it's important to note that and not imply that. That's not fair to those parents. I mean, there are a lot of circumstances that can put the child in that situation, and it doesn't mean you have bad parents. It doesn't mean that. So I think it's important. I don't think as a board we want to leave that out there, even from an implication standpoint. Superintendent Infield wants to chime in as well before we move on, and after that we'll have a break and then come on back, please.
Thank you, President Taylor, and I appreciate that clarification. In my decades-long career as an educator, I've never encountered a family that didn't want the best for their children. And sometimes they have some challenges accessing our sometimes complicated system, but they all want the best for their children, as do we. I just want to start by thanking Dr. Parks and Mr. Ernst for this presentation. It's not easy to go first. This is the first of our regular quality of education updates, and I think you all did an excellent job, and I want to thank Dr. Keogh as well especially with my absence last week, for helping pull this presentation together. I thought it was very good, and I think has set a good tone for moving forward. I also do, I think Trustee Church brought up a very important point. We have much to celebrate and much work to do in the Washoe County School District, and no school district does it alone. It does take a community working together with its school system to make sure that all children excel. And that is one of the reasons why I have been and will continue to hold my coffee chats and town hall meetings, so that I can hear directly from our families and our community partners what their concerns and, even more importantly, what their ideas are for how we can work together to improve the quality of education for every child across our system. And as Trustee Church alluded to, in December, I will be bringing to the trustees and the community sort of the culmination of what I've learned in my first several months on the job and my entry plan, which then, of course, will be the springboard for our strategic plan. And that process will happen second semester. And I can commit to the trustees and the community that addressing quality of education, but more importantly, and President Taylor, very appropriately highlighted this, we have unacceptable disparities with certain groups of our children in this district, and that cannot go on. As I've said to people, if you work in public education long enough, you learn how to work with a low simmering level of rage at all times. And it should make us frustrated and angry that we aren't doing right by more of our children, but we will. And so I just want to thank the team for kicking us off with this quality of education. I want to thank the trustees for making sure that we followed through on this important conversation and focus on our work. And I am just incredibly proud of the work that we've started today. So thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Madam Superintendent. I think this is not an action item, so we do not have public comment on this. I don't see anything else from the board. So thank you to the team, to the staff. Thank you for, the good, the bad, the strong, the wrong, the ways that we need to get better, the ways that we've done a good job, the half empty glass and the half full glass, and all of any kind of comparison we like. But this is the kind of thing we need to have great conversations, open conversations, and talk about how do we get better from here. And so I appreciate it. Thank you so much. All right, so why don't we take a 15-minute break and come on back? Okay, 15-minute break. Come on back, everybody.
I don't think it should be used that way. I don't think that was the purpose of it.
All right, let's get going, everyone. Everybody come on back. Oh, there we are. Okay. It looks like everybody is back here, so thank you, thank you. All right. We're going on now to agenda item 3.04. Washoe County School District Response to Recovery Strategic Plan Reporting of Metrics from the 2021-22 school year related to the following measurable outcomes as needed. Goal 1, to ensure annual student academic growth through a system of curriculum instruction and assessment that is aligned, rigorous, and relevant. And Goal 5, to ensure our schools are safe, secure, supportive, and welcoming environments where students and staff are able to succeed academically and professionally at the highest possible levels. This, again, is for information and discussion only. I'll turn it over to those who are in front of me, but beforehand, just a little bit of a reminder. This is looking at the metrics that were set. Remember during our response to recovery, and this is year 2 of the response to recovery strategic plan. So this is looking at the metrics from the 2021-22 from the previous school year. Right, everybody with us looking at and typically what we would do if we were not in the second year of a 2-year strategic plan, we'd be looking at, do any of the matrices need to be adjusted one way or another? Are they still relevant? Do they make sense and so on? In this case, we are not, because it was from the last school year, right? Oh no, we might be because we still need to measure for this year. Yes. Because we still need to, those are metrics that we're looking at where we're going to end in the 22-23 school year. But we have a new strategic plan, as the superintendent referred to, that will begin the 2023-24 school year. So these are results from the 2021-22 school year, which was last school year. These are also the same metrics we'll look at when we look at the 2022-23 school year, which is this current school year. If this is not as clear as mud, you let me know. All right, so that's hopefully you follow that. These are metrics from last school year, and these are the same metrics we'll be looking at for this school year. But starting in January, between January and the end of June, a new strategic plan, which would include new measuring metrics and goals and everything, and the whole big full process. We just approved the RFP on our consent agenda for a consultant to help us through that really important process. So, that being said, I guess you're first because you are at the mic, Mr. Ernst.
Thank you, Dr. Taylor, members of the board, Deputy Superintendent Keough. I concur with everything Dr. Taylor just said, so thank you very much. Thanks for setting us up. And so we'll go ahead and set this up. Just again, it is in regards to our response to recovery. I'll kind of tee us up, just give us a little bit of a roadmap review, and then I know Dr. Parks and Dr. LaMarca will speak to each of the goals that they've identified. So, of course, we're still working to make sure that we're one of the top performing districts, and we're graduating all students college and highly skilled career ready. Spoke about that a little bit in our last presentation. And as we move forward, again, this was a response to recovery, and really that's just kind of the roadmap of reporting. And so we've added in the quality of education, and I think that was a very productive endeavor earlier today. You can see that in October, that's when we bring forward to you our SBAC scores. We've spent a lot of time in English language arts. We'll spend a little bit of time in math and science this evening, and then we'll look at also a safe and welcoming environment. And so we'll do that. When you go into January, we'll come back and we'll report a lot of our high school metrics. So a lot of those metrics are currently still being validated, and so we'll come back and report around CTE, our diploma, our graduation rates. That'll be coming back in January. And then back down in April, we'll be back in front of you again on this response to recovery plan to talk with you about family engagement, chronic absenteeism, and information along those lines. So moving forward, the two areas, as Dr. Taylor had mentioned, that we will discuss tonight are Goal 1, academic growth, and Goal 5, safe and welcoming schools. And so with that, I'll turn it over to Dr. Parks, and he'll lead us through our academic growth.
All right. So this is our metric aimed at continuously improving our curriculum and instruction assessments practices with a focus on academic recovery to increase learning outcomes for all students. As Joe mentioned, we went deep into our English language arts assessment data. So today I'm going to focus a little bit more on math and science. Reminder that our next quality of education next month, we will also go very deep into math, SBAC, district-wide, be a very similar presentation to what we did today with ELA. So those bold metrics 1.2 and 1.3 are what we'll be going through. So on this slide, we are looking at our English language arts results and mathematic results. As we had mentioned, we saw a little bit of a bump, 2% here in our English language arts. This is the Smarter Balanced Assessment Consortium testing, and a little bit more improvement in math. Again, 3 points improved there. And you see the targets over to the right, and acknowledging we're not anywhere near those targets. And quite frankly, those targets need to be higher in the future. We're hopeful for that. Want to highlight some of the areas of success, and you've heard me speak on this before. Over the last 3 years, we've maintained a focus on PLC practices, and this is really a focus on our teachers being able to define what do we want our students to learn, how do we know that they learned it, what do we do if they didn't learn, and what do we do when they've already mastered the standard? How do we give kids the opportunity to even excel more? A lot of the work that we've had success in is around our common assessments, especially in the area of math. We feel like we're getting those very tightly aligned to our essential standards, and we're hearing initial reports that they're much better, much more concise, simpler, more focused. Some of the steps that we are working on, and again, these strategies require looking at them every year as a cycle of continuous improvement, to hear feedback from our educators and to listen to that feedback and make changes that'll better help them meet the needs of their students. Again, we're establishing the foundational pieces for standards-based grading. This is directly in alignment to college and career readiness on the SBAC, which we're reporting here, and also very much focused on including a focus on our essential standards.
If I may, I'm going to just jump in here with, I'm sorry, no, you go ahead, go. Trustee Smith?
Thank you, President Taylor. If we could go back to slide 6, there's just something I want to bring attention to, because anybody looking at this, if you're like me, you're like, wow, like the target was 63%, which, by the way, is a great target to have. Mm-hmm. One thing I wanted to stop and to pause on, because part of this does tie back to the governance guidance that we had received from Dr. Alsbury, among other things, is that these percentages, just to provide some context, because anybody looking at this would go, wow, they got to 45, yes, that's a 2% increase, but the target was 63, wow, that is a pretty big disparity. And the issue isn't that 63% is the goal, it's that each of the years in the response to recovery had a pre-baked certain number of a percentage that year over year was supposed to see growth. So each of these targets were prescribed from a while ago, and they were not necessarily dependent on the actual results and setting a target based on the actual performance. It wasn't a flexible model. It was a year after year, a set amount of percentage that each year was supposed to build on. So it kind of created a cumulative gap if you will. And I'm not saying 63% isn't a great goal, because obviously we should absolutely expect that 63% of our kids are proficient at the very least. But I did want to pause on that, because it is something we talked about with Dr. Alsbury. Anyone looking at this slide, I think, would need a little bit of help and context to understanding this. And I just wanted to explain how that target became so high over years of it being cumulatively added on. So thank you, President Taylor.
Thank you, Trustee Smith. I think there's really good context. One of the things I'm hoping that we do as we get to a new strategic plan and set baseline data and set goals is allow for that kind of flexibility. In the midst of that, if you go back to the beginning of this 16, 17 at 48%, and then you say, okay, 6, 7 years later, 15% increase, 3, 4 years, not too bad, then you don't allow for COVID and yada, 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 and those things aren't adjusted. So hopefully that'll be in there somehow. But regardless, we know that we are nowhere near where we need to be, and we've just had that conversation, so no reason to go back there. I will ask this. As we look at it, as I said, I've been looking forward to, okay, great, we know we aren't where we need to be, so what are we going to do about it, right? And we start, and some of the things that you've mentioned here in terms of next steps, will you make, in plain terms, right, we understand a lot of this because we've been on the board, talk a little bit about how PLCs help with this. Right, we know when we visit schools, I think it's one of the things that we hear consistently from teachers and from administrators is they really like PLCs, right? They really like those. So talk about how does that help with this in terms this is why PLCs is going to help us as we work on improving these scores.
So what I would say is my bias is that really the most important thing that happens in schools is student learning, while in the past, and we know that's directly correlated to highly effective teaching. Professional learning communities really give us the opportunity that our teachers collaborate with each other, and they utilize the standards and work together as a team to decide when and how they're going to accomplish those standards. And then they have common assessments, common pacing of the curriculum to be able to work together and as a team look at that data when they take common assessments or they have common assignments. Student work is another great piece of evidence that we can look at to recognize if students are learning. But then, like any team, a team of collaborative teachers will have certain strengths and they can learn from each other, and they're much more likely to be able to meet the needs of all students by working together as a team than if I work alone in isolation and I try to figure out only the students that are in my class and my teaching practices and my assessment practices. So really it's utilizing the power of we over I, and utilizing kind of a strengths-based approach to team collaboration in better to meet the needs, student and learning needs.
No, I understand that, and I understand that's part of why the teachers like it so much. Is because they can really benefit from each other and build upon each other's strengths, and having more minds around what you're looking at and how you can help. You're always going to end up with a better solution with more minds. And that's a good thing, but it's good to make what is a direct piece. How do we know that these next steps and what we're doing is going to help us, continue to grow and get as we're getting back on track and so on. And so that's the kind of thing I wanted you to make clear. So thank you for that. Dr. Nicolette, you okay? Okay, please go ahead.
Well, and just to add real quick, that idea of continuous improvement requires continuous improvement. Many of these things, when we talk about students' learning standards, going out on a limb, looking at the data, we haven't quite figured out the level of rigor. Otherwise, we'd see a lot higher student achievement levels if we were hitting the right rigor. So when we come back to it and we really look at the assessments that are better aligned to college and career readiness to SBAC, the adjustments come each year, and you get better each year based on what you learned from the previous year. So it will be cyclical every year that we look at our essential standards and ask our teachers, are these the right standards? Are these the most essential for student learning? Are our assessments helping you to understand if students are learning those essential standards, and giving you the opportunity to intervene and make adjustments in your classroom so that all students are learning at high levels?
Thank you. Please go ahead.
All right, and here we are with our science assessment. This is a state-level science assessment, and it is in grades 5 and 8. And if you look at this, you see a 1% gain, and the target was 55%. And yes, science is incredibly important, especially in our region where we look at workforce preparation and the many opportunities kids have in the area. And this is definitely an area where we can make tremendous growth in the future. What I want to point out, some of the successes we've had. We did adopt what we call FOSS. If you remember back to last year, we brought an item to the board where you got to do some hands-on science. Those are full-fledged implemented this year, and we're really encouraging our teachers to make science interactive and interesting and fun for our students. The curriculum and instruction team has provided recommended planning and pacing and assessing of our science curriculum. Some of the things we are working on at the secondary level, we have a very old resource as far as science materials, instructional materials. We're hoping and planning on adopting new science materials for secondary, and that would include our middle schools and high schools, hopefully by fall of 2023. And right now in teams, and this is again something we're continuously working on, science teachers and grade level teachers can go into teams and find the critical concepts in science that have been identified and communicated there in teams, and it's very similar to an essential standard for science, but it's a bigger concept. And now
It looks like Dr. Nicolette is ready for her question now.
Ma'am, thank you. I guess I'm wondering, we see grades 5 through 8. What about 3 and 4?
It's
scores?
actually 5 and 8.
5 and 8. So
Yeah.
you're just giving us 5 and 8. We're not.
And that's the only grades that take it.
That's the only ones we do.
Exactly.
That's
And
the ones
it's
that's
a,
given
it's a
by the
state
state.
mandate.
And do we do 11th grade?
We do biology, which is a different assessment, but as you get into high schools, it's more, science is much more focused. You'll have biology, chemistry, much more rigorous courses. So very different. We don't give state exams. We do give finals, though.
I'm glad I asked, because all this time I won't tell you what I thought, but it's grades 5 and 8. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Vice President Nicolette. Please, Dr. Parks.
So the next over is Dr. Lamarca, unless there's any other questions regarding 1.2 and 1.3 and next steps. Again, we're bringing math quality of education to you in November.
Okay, thank you.
President Taylor, Superintendent Enfield, Deputy Superintendent Keough, and the Board of Trustees, thank you very much for the opportunity. For the record, Paul Lamorca, Chief Strategies Officer. So we are going to talk now about Objective 1.2, which is part of Goal 1. This is really around narrowing achievement gaps. The only thing I'd like to draw to your attention based on this wording is that when we're talking about equity and diversity, we're talking about lots of different groups of students. We're not just talking about race and ethnicity differences. We're going to talk a little bit about some SBAG differences. We'll talk a little bit about a couple of what we're calling successes and next steps, and then Dr. Parks will share some information about English language learners. So here you have a breakdown, 2021 to 21-22 comparison across a number of different subgroups of students. The groups that are in blue are groups that last year performed below the district average. The groups in white performed above the district average. To the right, when you look at change, if it's marked green, that means that the selected subpopulation outperformed the district. That's what we want to see. And if it's yellow, they did not outperform the school district. So with respect to English language arts, grades 3 through 8, virtually all, well, 11 of these, all but 2 of these groups showed positive increases. 4 of the groups identified outperformed the district, but this still doesn't meet our target. Okay. We need it to be more than half of those groups based on the previous targets that were set by the Board of Trustees. Very similar kind of a representation with mathematics, again, grades 3 through 8. I think all but 2 groups showed improvement. One group showed a bit of a decline. That was children in transition. They also showed a decline across the board in English language arts, but only 2 of the identified groups outperformed the school district in terms of their improvement in 2022 compared to 2021. And then finally, we look specifically at grade 3 English language arts. This is sort of a residual from read by grade 3, so there is some focus put on grade 3 in addition to overall ELA performance, and very similar to grade or ELA performance across the board. Most of our groups made some modest improvements. 3 of the groups exceeded the district average, and that's good, but it's not good enough. We didn't meet the target. In terms of areas of success or things that were occurring during this period of time, we continue to provide professional development in the area of equity and culturally responsive practices, as well as around high yield instructional practices, and often those things go together. We also, last year, had a strong collaboration with Office of School Leadership. We have for years, but last year, we had some coordinated classroom walkthroughs that involved area superintendents and our equity specialists, and we think those are very positive. What I'd suggest is that we definitely need to continue to provide professional development and build the capacity of our educators, and we often get very good responses from educators in terms of they were interested in the professional learning, they thought it was done well, it was exciting. But really what we have to see is that it goes from there into the classroom. So these coordinated visits with Office of School Leadership staff are critical. Linking multi-tiered systems of supports with our PLC focus is critically important. I think what I might add a little bit to what Dr. Parks was suggesting momentarily ago, it is built around teacher collaboration, PLC work. It's also very focused on Tier 1 instruction. And really the sort of gift of PLC work is that teachers can adapt their work. It's not necessarily so student focused. It is, we talk about student performance, but they can adapt what they're doing to meet the needs of students. Students may continue not to respond. And then we have to provide interventions And we need a collaborative process for that as well, and that's the MTSS piece. And those systems need to actually fit together for it to work. Next steps, and we've been trying to do this, and I think there's a renewed sort of emphasis, and I thank Joe Ernst and the accountability team for this, but we need to look at cyclical data reviews. You guys talked about this earlier in the quality of education. We can't wait for the end of the year and then sort of do an autopsy on what happened and really get too much out of that. We need to be looking at data cyclically throughout the year. We have a variety of mechanisms through BIG in order to do that, but we need to do a better job working with schools on that. Continue the coordinated school visits with Office of School Leadership, but we want to expand those to include a broader team, including our Family School Partnership staff and other staff as available. Also, and this was discussed, you won't probably remember it, but in one of the federal grants that you approved probably a couple months back, actually this one was approved in the summer, we received a grant from the state that enabled us to provide stipends to 2 MTS coaches in each of our buildings. And we're working with those folks in the areas of academics, but also behavior, attendance, and mental health. All these things fit together. And that's a very positive next step that we are taking. So I think
I would
pause
say,
for a moment.
if I may, I would say thank you for the reminder on that, because we know as we have just more conversations about the behavior, about the support for teachers, and I mean those are things that are important for teachers, but they're teaching, so to have people there in the buildings that can help them with that, coach them through dealing with issues such as that, and I know there's more. I think it's very helpful, so thank you for that reminder.
So I would be remiss if I didn't say that the TOES reassignment has hampered that effort, but we are doing the best we can.
I understand, and I think that's valid, and that's an unfortunate situation, because then we don't have the MTSS coaches that we would ordinarily have,
right?
Because we needed them back in the classroom.
Right, but I do want to, okay, and I apologize if I misspoke. So these coaches that we're talking about, these are embedded. These are teachers, counselors, deans. These are 2 people per school that principals have identified as being instrumentally involved in MTSS at the site level. So we do work with them centrally to support their efforts, but we do need the district level coaching.
Got you. Thank you, Dr. Lamarca.
I'm going to move it to Dr. Parks if there's no other question on this section. Thank you.
Please.
All right, so 1.2.2 is our efforts to increase English language learners' exit rates by 5th grade as measured by ELPA. So it's well researched for our students receiving EL services, that's English language learners, that if we can get them to exit by 5th grade, they're going to be successful in their schooling. Not as promising if we don't get them to exit by 5th grade. So with the ELPA, I spoke a little bit about this. We get data based on how they're doing in the 4 domains: reading, writing, listening, and why am I drawing a board?
You just gave us those 4.
Speaking, because I'm speaking, yes. So again, here you see data that we definitely have an opportunity to improve here. If you recall back about some of the changes we've made to our EL model, really buying into the philosophy that all teachers should be able to meet the needs of their EL students, and the best learning occurs in the general ed classroom in what we would call the core content tier 1 instruction. Want to highlight some of the successes that we are having, and this is new. We're partnering with Southern Utah University for teachers to, free of charge, receive their ELAD endorsement. That is basically an endorsement that says you have the skills to meet the needs of your EL learners. Just quick recall, we're also doing that for our gifted and talented students as well. trying to incentivize that extra training for our teachers to get those endorsements. And that's through the work of our regional professional development. I am told we have a wait list for this, and so that's music to my ears. Want to also point out Lexia English. This is an opportunity to meet the needs of our students who are what we would call emerging and entering language. And it's a new software kind of virtual-based program that is adaptive and really helps us address those domains of speaking, listening, and writing and reading. Also, one of the things we are working on is this idea of a newcomer center and what that would look like for our new-to-country families is that they would have an intake center where they would learn all about our system and how it works in the United States, and they would actually spend like their first 3-4 days in our district going to the Newcomers Welcome Center and receive a lot of background information before they went off to their school. Those are some of the EL highlights, questions regarding our EL and ELPA results.
You know what? One thing I've just noticed is there are some changes. I remember going more fully into the ELD model, and we can begin to see some of the results of that right before COVID hit. You start seeing, you know, a pretty decent gain, and they're in the hung on a little bit, and then now we see that we've started moving in the other direction. But it's at least good to see some early results, some results of that when that model and when kids can be in school, you know, as intentionally as they should be able to see some. I mean, there's a pretty big jump between the 2 years when that ELD model was begun to really be implemented in rigorous and with fidelity. So I mean, it's good to see that you know we can get back on track with that. So.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Taylor. And we are bringing forward quality of education, a deep dive into our EL metrics as far as similar presentation. You know, how are we faring quantitatively, as well as what are we doing about it. So we will go much deeper into our efforts there.
Thank you. I think we're good. Go right ahead.
All right. So 1.3, another well-researched strategy, and that is if we can keep our middle school students prepared and have them high school ready, obviously they're much more likely to be college and career ready. So 1.33 is our focus at making sure that our 8th graders are ready for high school. And this one's a little bit more complicated. We're hoping in our next strategic plan that we might have some opportunity to revise this metric because there's a little bit of noise in the data. So to kind of explain it, on the one side, we are measuring middle school students meeting passing their core classes. That's their English language arts, math, social studies, and science. And on the other side of the equation, we're looking at how they fare on SBAC. So when you look at the data, you do see in the middle there, click it. In the middle there, you do see that it looks pretty good. We're about 87% of our 8th graders are passing their core credits. And when you look at that in contrast to how they do on Smarter Balance, that's a discrepancy. You know, we wouldn't expect to see 20% passing versus, you know, nearly 90% passing. So that creates really a metric that's kind of hard to follow. Some of the areas of success that we've had in better preparing our 8th graders to be ready for high school is we have had on-site in-person tutoring available. This was through our federal funds. We also provided the rally position through federal funds. Those rally positions were focused at principals and leadership teams. We gave them the ability to use the rally people based on the needs of their student population. So we really give them some flexibility there. Some of the next steps that we're working on, you've all heard about paper and on-demand tutoring. That's slowly starting to spread, and we're expecting that that'll be a game changer for students getting extra tutoring anytime that they want. That's going to be available for our middle schoolers. And also, I had mentioned this earlier, we're really looking hard at our grading practices so that we are aligning to making sure our grades are reflective of students learning their standards and that we have evidence that they did learn those standards. Any questions regarding 8th grade ready for high school?
I don't see any, so why don't we go ahead?
All right, I'll turn it back over to Joe to take us home.
I'm not Joe, but I'm going to take us home. Maybe there'll be a question for Joe. So we're going to talk a little bit about Goal 5, and just sort of to kind of get you ready, we're going to come back in April and we're going to talk a lot more about Goal 5. Today we're just talking about our climate surveys, essentially the measurements associated with that are related to this goal. Probably the easiest way to talk about this is, as a board, when you are together, you perform at your best. As an administrative team, when we are together, we perform at our best. School or students, it's the same. They need to be a part of something. They have to be included. They have to feel welcome, valued. They have to have a sense of belonging. They have to be connected. And when we do that, they will do their best. And that's what this particular goal is all about: physical safety and emotional safety. So again, these are just a couple of the metrics that are listed within Goal 5. Again, climate survey. We administer these surveys in the fall of the school year. That's a change. A couple of years back, we started doing it in the fall. So this data was actually collected last fall at about this time. Okay? So the only other thing I want to say before we look at the data is yesterday there was a Youth Mental Health Summit. It was a greatly advertised sort of engagement. There are 250 people there. There seems to be consensus that our kids are at a bit of a point of crisis, and a lot of that has to do with the pandemic, but a lot of it had to do with things that were occurring prior to the pandemic. So with that said, when we look at students' perceptions around engagement, these are things like, I like being at my school, I'm interested in the subject matter, I feel a part of the school. When we look at relationships, this is really about adult relationships. I feel cared about at my school. If I'm absent from school, someone knows that I'm missing. My teacher connects my learning to my home life. And we think about safety with, how we feel within our school, within our bathrooms, on our way to school, out of school. We do see a decline. We see a decline from 2021 to 2020. I will note, and we talked about this last year, that there was a sampling difference. So it was optional to take this survey in the 2021, reflecting the 2021 school year, so our response rate was very different. That makes the interpretation a little hard. The point is with this data, we are basically at about pre-pandemic levels in terms of students' perceptions of engagement, relationships, and safety. When we look at social emotional competencies, in terms of the data, we are seeing much the same. So From 2021 to 2022, we are seeing a decline relative to these competencies. When we look at this data in sort of 3-year windows, so the 18, 19, 19, 20, 20, 21 versus 19, 20, 20, 21, 21, 22 trends, they're very similar. They're almost indistinguishable statistically. These are our competencies that we talk about, and you know, self-awareness of self-concept, that's like knowing my strengths, knowing things that are hard for me. Self-awareness of emotions, this is knowing how I feel, knowing how I can change how I feel. Self-management of emotion, this is persevering when we are frustrated. It's being patient when we are excited. Self-management of goals, do we set goals? Do we know the steps that we must take in order to achieve our goals? Relationship skills, respecting the opinions of our classmates, getting along with our classmates, being willing to share with an adult. Social awareness, learning from the opinions of others, knowing based on the look on someone's face whether they need help or whether they're not in a position of conversation. Responsible decision making, I think that kind of self-explanatory. So these are our competencies. I went through that because sometimes it's hard to know what we're talking about when we're measuring those. I urge you guys to look at our full survey data that the Office of Accountability puts at the website. It's a wealth of information. All of this is broken down much more thoroughly. If we look at what we're calling areas of success and next steps, one of the things I'm going to suggest is that the fact that we were in hybrid learning in 2021 and then that we were fully in school last year, even as disruptive as that was, these were good. These were good things. I think the data would be in even worse shape if we didn't have kids as connected to schools the way we did in the last couple of years. We continue to focus on student voice in all of our decision making. I see Ivy had to leave, but I think that's a wonderful thing our school district does. It demonstrates to our students that we care about their voice. Our adults need to be cared for in order for them to provide the optimal service our students need, and we are continuing those efforts, and that's listed as part of our next steps. In terms of a next step, we have some focus, and we're getting there on sort of what we're calling 3 stages of student engagement. We clearly, based on the data, need kids to attend school more regularly. Our chronic absenteeism rates are problematic. We'll talk more about that in April. But getting students to school, that's a level of engagement. We often want to connect our students with extracurricular activities, clubs, sports, etc. We want them to feel connected in that sense to school. The third and most critical level of engagement is what happens bell to bell within that classroom. Okay, and we are working collaboratively to kind of emphasize that. And then the last thing I'll talk about is we are considering some tools around connectedness, check-ins, daily check-ins that students can use, teachers can use that would assist in relationship building, also just assist a student in sort of exercising the social emotional competencies that we're shaping. So I believe that is what we have for you tonight. We're happy to answer more questions, and Joe Ernst probably has a final comment to make.
Well, I will say, just as we pass it back over to Joe, thank you for kind of breaking down social emotional learning, the competencies. We hear a lot about SEL and so on. So to really say this is what we're talking about when we say SEL, right? The responsible decision making and being aware of your those are really important pieces, and hopefully we can see everybody, the public, us as well, can see how this really relates to academic performance. I mean, it has a direct impact on that. It can really make a difference for students. So that's why it's important. So thank you for that. This is not an action item. It's information only. Any comments, anything from the trustees that didn't come out along the way? Dr. Nicolette, I see you. I think you lean into Trustee Church. So Dr. Nicolette and Trustee Church.
Thank you very much. This is heady and important. So if we go back to, I'm not sure what number slide it is. Let me see if I can help us out here.
What display?
Yeah, working on that. Let's look at, I guess I don't even really need a slide. Is there redundancy when we look at the different demographics of our students, and then we go into free and reduced lunch and special education, et cetera? Is there redundancy between a student being American Indian, Asian, special ed, et cetera?
Absolutely. I don't think that Joe presented that in the quality of education. I mean, he provided some of the demographics of the district, but yes, we have students that their statuses put them into many of these groups. So, for example, you might be a Caucasian boy, but you have an IEP. You might be dually English language learner and you have an IEP. You might be living in poverty. You might be homeless. You might be part of foster care. So yes, there is some redundancy between those categories.
And given that, and of course, I can't imagine the job of trying to aggregate that. Oh my goodness. How do we make sense of, I guess, the numbers, knowing that?
I'll give it a shot, and then others may want to chime in. You know, the academic in me says I want to get down to the very bottom core, and I want to know how we're doing very specifically with Hispanic males who are living in poverty. And I do think there is a level of analysis that requires that, and we should be evaluating our programs relative to those kinds of things, because we have to identify any gap in service and then fill those gaps. You can also get mired in the data, and it can result in paralysis. So many of the interventions that we would use with Hispanic boys living in poverty are going to be very similar to interventions we would use with African American girls living in poverty. But there are subtle differences. We have to be aware of them. So that's an evaluative kind of question. In terms of the data we would bring to a policy board, I think that real deep dive is probably going a little too far, but that would be your request.
Thank you.
Trustee Church? Thank you, Dr. Nicolette. Trustee Church?
Very brief. Number one, I want to thank Joe Ernst for his input on this item. And
appreciate you, Joe.
Basically, the only thing I want to say is it is very important. Again, I'd love to see it as an action item, so there could be some additional deliberation and thank you.
All right, thank you. Again, I want to say, Trustee Church, we can deliberate. We really can. This shouldn't stop deliberation. I mean, this is as a report, so I don't want you to feel like I wanted to talk about something I couldn't. You can.
We can discuss. I think we can't deliberate, technically.
Is there the... I'll ask for legal. I don't want you to feel like I want to say something, but I can't, because that's not the understanding that I'm under.
Yeah, there is a little nuance there under the open meeting law. Deliberations are the collective discussion of the trustees towards a decision, and consideration or discussion is the discussion of a topic between the Board of Trustees and staff. So technically you can have a discussion between the Board of Trustees and staff and do what you're doing, and you can bounce ideas off of each other, but at some point if you start deliberating towards a decision, that could violate the open meeting law. I would point out, however, I don't know how we would draft, and I was asked to look at this, I don't know how we would draft an agenda item with as broad as these topics are for action. Yeah. Action needs to be specific and focused. So at some point, the board is going to have to provide guidance to the superintendent. Will need guidance from someone. We could do it through the agenda creation process, or I don't know how else you would do it, of what the action items would be. You can't, this item is too broad to be an action item, for example, the way it's drafted right now. And as you know, I was asked to see if I could make it. I can't make it into an action item.
Can you talk into the microphone, please? Sorry. Those deaf folks.
Okay, and he's finished with that comment. We'll get him closer in the future. So yeah, and I think I appreciate that, Council, and there was some conversation around that. It's like, so what does that mean? Because it has to be specific, and that leaves that more open than what the open meeting law allows to happen. Other comments on this? All right, everybody. Well, thank you again. Thank you for the transparency. I mean, it shows us that there's still more areas. I mean, for us to focus on, so for us to get to where we want to be as a district. So thank you. Appreciate that. Okay, we're going to go on to, I was going to say, Joe, don't go too far. Agenda item 3.05, presentation and possible action to approve the grant application to the Nevada Department of Education related to Assembly Bill AB 495 from the 2021 Nevada Legislative Session, American Rescue Plan addressing the impact of learning loss and closing funding gaps in the amount of $20,590,399. And this is for possible action. Mr. Ernst is before us again, as well Ms. Olin, who's the Director of Grants. Mr. Ernst?
Madam President, Superintendent Enfield, Deputy Superintendent Keogh, and members of the board, Joe Ernst, Chief Accountability Officer. Prior to jumping into this, I did want to just add a little comment about our accountability team. The previous presentations, there was some kidding on that last one about accountability and what have you. And I just want everybody to know that our team spends a great deal of time putting together that information, making sure that that information is accurate, and really pushing on the analysis level to make sure that we as a district are looking at that data and using it to drive decisions. And so I just wanted to spend just a moment to thank my accountability team and for all of their efforts to help put together our quality of education and our strategic plan reporting. With that, I'd like to go into AB 495, and we have some what we think is very good news to bring forward this evening.
Thank you. For the record, I'm Laura Nolan, Director of Grants. Good evening, Dr. Taylor, Dr. Kehoe, Dr. Enfield, and members of the board. So AB 495, Nevada State Legislature passed AB 495 appropriating $200 million to the state. And this money is in through a competition through all the LEAs, so the local educational agencies. And this money is distributed through the state of Nevada's Corona state and local fiscal recovery funds, which is through the U.S. Department of Treasury. So convoluted, but that's the way the funding flows sometimes. Funding for AB 495 must address the impact of learning loss experience as a result of the COVID-19 impact. Funding for this grant is a little bit different than some of our other grants. It runs a little bit longer. It goes through December 31st, 2024. And some of our staff were actually able to extend through school year 25, which is really good news. Washoe County School District, as Joe said, was awarded $20.5 million.
And so when we look at all of our grants, we're always looking at a comprehensive needs assessment. I think some of the data that we reviewed tonight is a very much at the core of the data that we look at anytime we do a needs assessment relative to how we want to spend grant monies. Of course, we look at SBAC. We talked a little bit about access data today, graduation, chronic absenteeism, and behavior data. Also want to just ground our work a little bit in funding categories that we've used throughout ESSER and in AB 495 as well. You can see that student learning and teacher support, as has been discussed in prior presentations, really that was the will of our community. That was where the overwhelming response was in terms of allocating those funds, looking at ESSER 2 and ESSER 3 and participating in some really constructive conversations. You can look at our student learning and with ESSER and teacher support, and nearly $94 million is spent towards those two efforts. And so wanted to highlight that. You can also see student well-being, family support, district support, and then other support as well. And so really when we look at our ESSER funding, that totals to be about 85% of our ESSER funding going towards student learning and teacher support.
Okay, so as I said, in AB 495, these funds have to be used for recovery of student learning. So
The majority of this grant, $15.6 million, is for academic recovery. So we have instructional support, and this sort of continues along the line of giving our secondary schools teachers and much needed intervention people in their classrooms. I know you've heard a lot about tutoring tonight, but this program also offers tutoring. And then we have English learner support, and I also know that you've been hearing a little bit about EL. So we have an ELD program coordinator. We have Lexia English language development student licenses. And we have professional learning for students, and also a little bit for dyslexia training for our younger grades, K-3. Moving on, we have web-based intervention programs, and then active boards, audio enhancements, and these two are really the tools that we need to give our teachers so that they can teach in a 21st century setting. And then the last two items here, CTE supplies and equipment, musical instruments, and art supplies. This really speaks to what Dr. Lamarca was just talking to you about in terms of student engagement. So how do we get those kids to come to school? Of course, yes, there's after-school clubs, but there's also learning that goes on during the school day. And some of these classes like art and music and CTE are the hook to get our kids to stay in school. Next, we have student well-being. Oh, did you have a question?
I'm sorry, I'm looking at what, sorry.
Sorry.
No,
if
sorry,
we could
thanks.
go back to that previous slide 6, I'm so glad to see active boards on this. Are we doing an active accounting of the number of, so the issue with active boards is, of course, they've got years, they've got versioning, we have new technologies in our schools, this is great, but sometimes the newer technology doesn't talk back with our older active boards. So do we have an active accounting of how many active boards need to be refreshed, and will this take a good chunk at that? Because I know that that technology mismatch is emerging as a large problem.
Yeah, that's a real issue.
Yes, we do have an active accounting, and I defer to my colleague Adam Searcy, and his department tracks all that for us, and I give him a call and say, okay, how many do you need? And he gives me more than we can usually put into the grant, but yes, he's got a very good accounting of what is needed.
Okay, that's great. So I don't need this to be specific, but will this grant help take a good chunk of that? So will we make some good strides towards closing that gap with this money?
Yes, I believe we have in the neighborhood of about $6.8 million in the grant to purchase those.
Fantastic, thank you, Trustee Smith. Please, Ms. Owen, go ahead.
Okay. So on to student well-being, and in this category we have $4.9 million. Again, we have support at the secondary schools for our principals to decide if they need an additional counselor, social worker, that type of thing. We have district-wide crisis counselor, substance abuse counselor, and a mental health administrator. And this mental health administrator helps sort of traffics or keeps track of what children need wraparound services and make sure that they get those services. And then the next 4 items there, re-engagement facilitator, attendance officers, CIT liaisons, and our family graduation advocates and Native American graduation advocates. This all speaks to chronic absenteeism. And so all these people are working to make sure that kids are staying in school, identifying those kids that may be vanished and helping them get back on track so that they can learn in school. And then the final one is our MTSS specialist. And again, Dr. Lamarca talked a little bit about that, and that goes to behavior and helping teachers manage student behaviors.
With that, of course, there is monitoring and evaluation related to all of the grants. Our activities are evaluated, again, looking at core needs areas and evaluating to those areas. We will continue to monitor the impact of the various initiatives. We've brought forward to you previous information at other board meetings regarding impact from ESSER funding. We'll continue to do that going forward with AB 495. And we'll continue to look at, use that to drive decisions for fiscal year 24 and 25. And of course, as we actively do, and I want to really give a special thank you to Jill Murdoch and Lauren Olin, who do really an exceptional job at looking at our continually making sure that we're spending down. We've shared some recent information, and they do an extraordinary job really making sure that we are spending the majority of that money very, very effectively and using all of the resource that's available. So I do want to make sure that I thank both of them tonight. And so with that, we have our superintendent's recommendations, and we can see it up there. We hope that the Board of Trustees will approve our application of $20,590,399.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Ernst, and we can bring it here for discussion, but let's have public comment first.
Shannon Coley.
Welcome, Ms. Coley. I should say welcome back. You come in early. Welcome back.
After speaking to teachers about how the ESSER funds are being spent, they said it all sounds great on paper. They looked at this and they said, but in reality, it's a different story. They cannot come here and speak for themselves because they fear retaliation from their principals and administration. They ask over and over again for help, that they have been told there is no money for help. And as we all witnessed here last meeting, those brave SPED teachers begging for help. They must be paid more. They need you all to step up and do something meaningful. There is $15 million in ESSER money being spent on instructional support, tutoring, and training. First, let's discuss the instructional training materials. Administration said they have materials like LLI, Heggerty, Phonics First for teachers that will help improve student test scores, but they are not giving training on these materials, and they are expected to learn them online and in their downtime. Or in the case of level literacy intervention, there is only one kit at entire schools, one kit for all the teachers. Another criticism teachers have said is the district spent way too much money on new technology, and what they really need is extra eyes and hands in the classroom. Tutoring, the new online paper tutoring, is only available from 6th through 12th grade. What about elementary school students? Admin needs to come up with some other solution. How about recruiting high school students to receive extra credit for providing free tutoring for K through 5? It's time to think outside the box. Finally, and most importantly, instructional support. The MTSS system is failing to address the needs of students who have gone through the MTSS process and have clear indicators and data that supports the need for testing for learning disabilities. These students are being denied testing due to the backlog of students already in the queue waiting. We must address this. Provide special education support that Nevada state law requires. How can the board not take immediate action knowing that the district is clearly out of compliance and will be sued?
Thank you, Ms. Coley.
That's all I have.
Okay, thank you, JJ. Okay, let's bring it back here to the board on the, we heard the recommendations for this new grant and how staff recommends that we allocate these funds. I'll start with Trustee Smith.
Well, if there's no discussion, I was going to go ahead and make a motion, but I'll pause if there's discussion.
We can have a motion in a second and have discussion from there. So
okay.
After the motion in a second, we'll have discussion. So please go ahead.
I move that the Board of Trustees approves the grant application to the Nevada Department of Education related to Assembly Bill 495 from the 2021 Nevada legislative session American Rescue Plan addressing the impact of learning loss and closing funding gaps for $20,590,399.
Thank you, Trustee Smith. There is a motion on the floor. Is there a second? Second from, motion on the floor from Trustee Smith, seconded from Trustee Rodriguez. Now we'll have discussion, and I already saw your light on, Trustee Church.
Thank you. The only discussion I have is I very sincerely appreciate Ms. Coley's comments, and we can't deviate from the agenda and what's, as we just talked about, open meeting law and all that, but I do hope that the superintendent and the deputy superintendent are listening to those comments when they get down into the weeds on this, the use of this money.
Thank you, Trustee Church. And one thing I will say, and I see you want to comment, Dr. Kehill, and we'll go there as well, as also additionally, which because we don't engage back and forth in terms of public comment, we all have our individual times to have our meetings with the superintendent. And oftentimes some of the things that are raised is like, hey, we heard this comment, and with you, so that oftentimes happens. So, so bringing things to our attention during public comment, that's why public comment is good, right? Especially when it's positive, not because yay, ooh, positive, but hey, here's some stuff, right? I mean, it's good. So it oftentimes comes up in our individual conversations, and actually some of what you talked about has already come up in our individual conversations with the superintendent. So it's not lost. So things come up, continue to share those comments. We appreciate it. Okay, and Dr. Kehill, you want to respond?
Thank you. This is actually just for clarification. I wanted to share that this is actually coming from the coronavirus state and local fiscal recovery funds. These funds are through ARP, but it's given from the federal government to the state of Nevada. The state of Nevada decided in the 2021 legislative session that through AB 495 that these funds would then be distributed to the districts specific to addressing learning loss. And the reason why I'm flagging that is because it is very clear from our legislators what the funds are going to be for. And I know this because right before I joined Washoe County School District, I actually led this work and had to collaborate with the state of Nevada regarding these funds. So there was a narrow parameter around how districts could use these funds, and essentially that's what influenced how much Washoe County School District ultimately won. And so I just want to again congratulate the grants team in Washoe County School District. I did not engage in this process because of course I led it on the state side, and I wanted to make sure that nobody said anything about, saying now, led this and came to Washoe. But I do want to say that Washoe County School District historically does very well with competitive grants at the state level. And so this is bringing additional, very much needed targeted supports. And I do hear and appreciate hearing from community members regarding priorities for this, and at the same time know, right, both things can be true. We can listen to what the needs are within the community, and we can also, we need to also acknowledge the parameters which the district must then play within for some of these funds that are given to us through different funding streams. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Kehill. That might mean this may not be the source, but it doesn't mean that those comments and those other areas of needs don't exist, right? I think it's important to note that. Dr. Enfield, you wanted to weigh in as well?
Thank you, President Taylor. I just need to acknowledge that I think it's important to name the very understandable sort of frustration that some in the public have around this large sum of money that we are allocating for very specific purposes, when at the same time we know we have significant staffing and compensation challenges. But I think we need to remember these are one-time funds. It would be irresponsible for us fiscally to use one-time monies for ongoing salary costs. So unfortunately, as much as we might want to use these funds to address some of our hiring and compensation issues, which are very real, which we do need to address, we can't do that with these dollars. And I just think that's important to put on the record, so that people don't think that we are being tone deaf in not listening to the very legitimate concerns
of our staff in terms of what they need to do their jobs well, but knowing that this isn't the funding source to address that. We have to find another way.
Thank you, Dr. Enfield. Other questions, comments? We do have a motion on the floor that the superintendent's request is approved. The motion and the second. Any further discussion? Okay, seeing none. All those in favor, please indicate so by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposition? Okay, the motion carries. Let the record show that it is unanimous. It is unanimous. Thank you very much. Thank you for the information. Thank you for putting forth the grant efforts. And we know our grants team is amazing. You guys do great work. Thank you. As we transition to our reports coming, I forgot to make this comment at the end of the previous presentation that we had on our reporting metrics, just as a reminder, not as a reminder, just a clarification for the board on that item. New targets for this school year. I mentioned this when we went into it, but I want to make sure I make this very clear. New targets for the 2022-2023 school year will need to be established, because we know we have a new strategic plan coming, but it's for the 23-24 school year. Remember I told you it's clear as mud? So new targets for this year, because we saw how some of those targets were out of whack because they were set and were not adjusted. But to make a 20% change in anything is just not going to happen in a year. And so it's wiser to have staff make some recommendations for new targets that will be appropriate, that will be challenging, and but certainly will be attainable, and will show the board's desire to continue to make improvements. And so we'll be looking for that down the road. So just wanted to close it up with that, and I forgot. So, all right. So now where our student has unfortunately had to, she lives in Incline, and we like her to get on the road before it gets too late and too dark. So we appreciate our student trustee Ivy when she's able to join us. We're going to start with board reports, and this time on we start with Ellen Minetto, and we'll just go around the room this way. All right, Trustee Minetto, we will start with you.
All right, thank you, Madam President. Okie dokie. So I visited several schools. I'm still busily visiting. Dilworth. I went to Dilworth, delightful middle school. Lincoln Park right behind it. I went to the WCSD Academy with the principals. And I'm going on to that day. And, Florence Drake, our blue, National Blue Ribbon School. Went to visit there. Visited Green Beret and Sepulveda. And I went to Hug High JROTC. They were promoting their freshmen to, they were promoting them. I don't know really what that means, but, and I went to Hug High this week, last week, and Catherine Dunn and Bud Beasley, and then on Saturday I got to go to a marching band competition in the freezing cold, and Vice President Nicolette was there, and excitement that Spanish Springs and Reed were the two top winners. Woohoo, woohoo. Then, let me see. Yesterday I visited Sun Valley Elementary, and I got up to Lois Allen. And there we have it. Thank you.
Donuts.
Oh, yes, and somewhere in there, like the 21st, we donated donuts to our bus drivers on our Sparks place where they park the. It's been a long day. All right. Yes, and I did not much to dear Miss Trustee Smith's chagrin. Is my time up? I did not get a picture. Shame on me. But there we are. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Clerk Minetto. Trustee Rodriguez.
Thank you, Madam President. I had a busy couple of weeks, but I was able to visit Van Gorder Elementary School with a Sparks Council member, Christopher Dare. He's been a pretty good ally with the school board and with the district as a whole. And I know one thing him and I share is traffic safety, especially given the recent events. I know Last board meeting, Trustee Mayberry brought up, please slow down out there, and unfortunately, we just had another incident in Sparks. So I am excited about the Sky Ranch Bow Hatch, implementing safety measures there with the city. So yeah. And I do want to give a shout out to Spanish Springs High School, GRTC. They'll be going to the Georgia for a national Raider competition here shortly. So, go team. And here in a couple of days, I am looking forward to our town hall with our superintendent and Tracy Mayberry.
All right.
And I want to give congratulations to my cousin. She got married this last week.
Congratulations, cousin. No. All right. Thank you, Trustee Rodriguez. Trustee Smith.
All right, I've got some photos, so we'll.
Of course you do.
I have more than usual. Okay, so I went to the guest teacher appreciation and recruitment event at Wooster High School. This was such a wonderful event. First time ever we've had this.
Awesome.
There were more than 100 attendees. 50 of our guest teachers attended and 25 new applicants to become guest teachers.
All right.
So these teachers here are from Whitehead Elementary School. They gave me their permission to take this photo. They know it's being shared. And it was just a really joyous event to see all the celebration there, and we can't do what we do without our guest teachers. And at any given point, there's about 450 of them that serve our schools every day. For the next picture, so we did, this was not, I was just the messenger here at the South Reno bus yard, but we had a bit of a surprise donut party. What you see here is the South Reno bus yard. It's this amazing painted bus. It's their welcome window, and that's Cater Lopez. She is just a real bright, shining star at the South Reno bus yard. Everyone there really loves her so much. She's so great, and she's really like a central force for that bus yard, and I just thought they did a great job, and it was so fun to see that whole process of the buses all going out. The third photo is from the Be Safe and Be Seen crosswalk safety art reveal at Huffacre Elementary School. I attended that with Vice President Nicolette. So we have a wonderful junior at McQueen. Her name is Priyasha Landry, and she has a project from her Girl Scouts program that she's been working on for many years, and it's amazing 3D art. It's at several of our schools. Huffacre is the final school, and it was just a really wonderful celebration. And then Principal Leah Anderson also spoke at this public event. So we're so proud of Priyasha and so excited for this program at our schools. I also participated in a Truckee Meadows Regional Planning Governing Board on behalf of the district. I visited Pine Middle School, and I was really excited to see their new values. So they're going through like a culture reevaluation and relaunch. Their new values are relationships, responsibility, representation, and results. And one of the things that they do is a teacher contacts every single family once a week from the class. So every week, families are getting a contact from one of their child's students that week to talk about something good that the student is doing, that they're working on, and really engaging with families. Every single week this is happening, and it's so impressive. I also visited Smith Ridge STEM Academy, and something I really wanted to talk about with that is that there's this pilot program for teachers to be nationally certified in STEM. Teachers across Nevada applied to be in this first cohort to represent Nevada. Only 35 were chosen in this state cohort, and almost 25% came from Smith Ridge Elementary School. So that's almost 25% of the entire state cohort is from Smith Ridge STEM Academy. Thank you.
All right, fantastic. Leaving 3 seconds on the clock. Thank you, Trustee Smith. Trustee Church.
All right, start my timer, JJ. I pass. No public comment, but I'll pass.
Okay, thank you, Trustee Church. And no, you don't get that extra 3 minutes, Trustee Mayberry, so.
So I just want to thank Trustee Smith for orchestrating this event too. Vice President Nicolette and I attended the North Yard Friday morning and gave donuts to our dedicated school bus drivers. And I'll tell you, if there's any takeaway that I had, it was the appreciation and how the pay raise for the bus drivers saved many of them. Many of them made an effort to come up to me and you and explain to us that they were just about ready to pull the plug. Due to a variety of circumstances. So that pay raise went a long way. Next slide, please. Yeah, it's just a photo of a couple bus drivers with Scott Lee. Next slide. Just a fun fact, I did have a chance to tour Robert Mitchell Elementary School. That's the second oldest school in the district, dates back to 1938. This is the original desk. All the principals have signed this dating back to the Robert Mitchell days. He was the original principal of this second oldest school in the city of Sparks. So, next slide, please. This is the actual desk. So, just a really fun bit that I posted on social media. Got a lot of engagement as well. Excuse me. Thank you. And that's the principal. Ms. Conway is doing a great job there. I had an opportunity to also tour Desert Skies and Sepulveda. I was really pleased to hear some of the presentations about funding for active boards, because some of those schools I know need some upgrades, need some replacement. I had a chance to visit K. Smith as well. Construction Career Day was very well attended as well, and I appreciate that. I also had an opportunity to attend Principal Victor Sherbondi's. He has a workshop for aspiring administrators called The Game of Learning. And so he invited me as a trustee to kind of talk about leadership and the things that we're doing here. Also want to thank Troy Parks and Josh Hartung. They facilitated a discussion with me and some community leaders who are looking at perhaps spearheading and adding to our signature academies and aviation program. And I'm doing that in conjunction and support with our superintendent, so there'll be more details to come on that, but we're just in the very early stages, and there's possible some community funding for that as well. Also, lacrosse is one of the fastest growing sports in the nation.
The fastest growing sport in the nation.
Yes, I had a group of organizers that organize a lot of clubs. Many of them are school-based centered. But lacrosse is not a sanctioned school district event. So I facilitated a discussion with Tristan McElney, with the school district, to see what it would take to move forward with sanctioning lacrosse here at the school district. So again, we're probably a few years out, more to come on that. That concludes my report. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Trustee Mayberry. Trustee Nicolette.
Wow, that was awesome. Good job. I want to give some accolades to Sarah Winnemucca Elementary School. Excuse me, I think I'm thirsty. They won $25,000 in the Dolan Auto Group Awards. And then there were 15 other classrooms that each won $5,000 around the state, if you will, or around the county. But the library at Catherine Dunn Elementary won $5,000. The library at Galena High School, middle school choir at DePoli, Disc Golf Club at Worcester High School, and Galena High School's JROTC all won $5,000. And this is what Ryan Dolan had to say. Watching the incredible educators and students in our region come together to showcase their creativity and dream up ways to better our community is one of the highlights of our year. Congratulations to all the winners. So yes, congratulations, and have fun with that. I also attended the 5th Annual Northern Nevada Construction Career Day. Oh my gosh, watching those children with the students with the hands-on events. And so I want to give a shout out to, it's a coalition of Northern Nevada construction industry associations, trades, and contracting companies. They came together to host about 1,800 high school students from Washoe County. And it's a collaboration, I want to give some names here, of the Builders Association of Northern Nevada, Northern Nevada Apprenticeship Coalition, Coordinators Association, Nevada Chapter of Associated Contractors in partnership with Washoe County School District, SIG Academies, and Career and Technical Education. So it was just fun to watch those students and the professionals talk to them about their future, give them insights, really kind of let them play with construction, I guess, equipment and just a whole bunch of fun things. I also had the opportunity to attend a P Leadership Institute, Nevada Family Engagement Summit, and a Bridges Out of Poverty training. So I've been very active in my own lifelong learning, which is near and dear to me. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Nicolette. All right. My report is I did a walk to school day. It's actually the day after we had that long day of meetings. But it was great with with the staff, the team from Duncan, met at Pat Baker Park. Some of our own law enforcement was there. Our chief was there. They were there in uniform. Some of them had they had things to give away, and some people from the county, because the county is one of the partner in education with Glenn Duncan. We met there. They gave away, I mean, they had like 10 bikes they gave away in raffles. It was actually tremendously fun. And then we all walked down to Glenn Duncan, which was fantastic. And then we had to walk back to our car. But that was okay. I got my run in because it was early. I didn't get up, so I actually ran back to the car. But it was tremendous. It was great to see all the law enforcement, the kids engaged with law enforcement. It was fantastic to see our folks there as well. I also attended the Washington County School District Academy, where Dr. Kehoe really told her story. As an educator, which was fantastic, and to see our educators there engaged in their own learning. Washoe County School District Construction Day was supposed to go until 2 o'clock. I got there at about 10 to 1, and they were almost done because the rural schools didn't come in when they usually came in. So I had a good time myself. I got to play. I had a pink construction hat on. I forgot to bring the picture. And then actually one of our special needs programs, they were still there, so I got a chance to engage with them and take pictures and ask some questions. But it was fantastic. I really look forward to that. Let's see. I didn't get to go to the donuts, but I still owe you $5. Trustee Mayberry. I said I contribute to it. Since COVID happened, I didn't get to have my high school reunion, so we kind of had a little ish kind of high school reunion. So it was just good to get together with some people from my high school days, and we talked a lot about the New Hug High School and what it looks like and how cool it is to have it there. I attended a community meeting out in North Valleys, and it was just that's all I knew about, and we spent about an hour and a half talking about education, which was fantastic. Just all kinds of questions and concerns, and really, hey, this is what I heard. Is this true? Hey, what do we need to do about this? We talked a lot about funding and all. It was just a great opportunity. There were probably about, 15, 20 people there, and just had a lot of different questions about, you name it, a lot of different things. So it's actually really, really cool. And then finally, a few days ago, Trustee Mayberry and Rodriguez and I, before we attended the parent session on sex trafficking, and there was a follow-up to that session with the HEAT team, from Reno Police Department. Our chief and a deputy chief were there, and others who work in this area in the community. Because at the end of the day, these are still our students that get involved in this, and what can we do to be a part of the solution? So it was a great conversation to have. So I was happy to be there. So, right, that's my report. All right, Dr. Enfield.
Thank you, President Taylor. This has been a long meeting with really rich content and discussion. And so, and given that we still have public comment, I will keep my comments very brief, and they will be of a personal nature, not a professional nature. I have always said that district leadership is a team sport. And in the times in our personal lives when we face challenges, that team becomes more important than ever. And I just want to take a moment to thank the trustees and my team and the staff across the district for your condolences and your support over the past week as I was with my husband and his family as we said goodbye to his father, who passed away somewhat unexpectedly last weekend. I am so grateful to Dr. Kehoe and everybody for just keeping the work moving forward. I am deeply grateful, and also I have to say really, really proud to see how everybody there just kept the work going, and to see the presentations tonight and knowing that we didn't skip a beat with respect to the work. And so thank you very much to everybody. I can say right now that home definitely means Nevada, and I am eager to come home, which I will be doing tomorrow, and I look forward to seeing you all very soon. But on behalf of my husband and his family and myself, thank you very, very much, everybody.
Thank you, Dr. Enfield. This is a time when you really appreciate support. I really appreciate support. Okay, let's go to our closing public comment, JJ.
Roger Edwards.
Mr. Edwards, welcome back.
Yeah, for the record, Roger Edwards, 50-year resident of Washoe County. Just so the
few of you that don't know that I'm the president of a nonprofit 501c7. Some of you do. We donated several $1,000s a couple of years ago to the school district for laptops for people that couldn't afford them, young folks that get maybe a little head start that they otherwise wouldn't have. So, I mean, I walk the walk too. I don't just talk the talk. And not as much as I enjoy getting up here ranting and raving, I really have a serious concern about our school district. You know, one of the slides up there talked about academic disparities. No kidding. How can any, I've got to believe that all of you agree with me that you can't expect academic excellence if the student doesn't understand the language. And you mix students, what do you call it, ELL, ASL, SLA, whatever, you mix students that don't understand the language in with the rest of the students that do, and you're struggling with academic disparities. You're going to have academic disparities. When you get them at third grade, skip all the science and math and everything else, isolate those folks in levels of understanding that you guys can figure out, and teach them the language with their native speakers. Hire them temporarily if you need to or whatever, so that those students, even though they've missed a year, will go into the next school year able to understand what the teachers are telling them. I think that is so basic that, you know, you have to understand that. Nobody's going to succeed if they don't understand. If you're really worried about academic disparities, focus on getting those students to understand the language or teach them in 6 different languages. That's not practical. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Edwards.
Kara Sprague.
Sprague, did we say that right?
It's
Sprague. Okay, sorry about that.
Totally murdering it.
That's okay. Well, welcome, Ms. Sprague.
Thank you. This is my first time here, and I'm sorry for that. I didn't know what this all entailed. But I didn't mention Jerry Whitehead. It wasn't mentioned once. And we had a huge incident yesterday to where some of our kids made it home and some of them didn't. And the school had no idea that our kids were missing. And the bus driver, reluctant to all of the children's voices, saying my brother is supposed to be on this bus, my sister is supposed to be on this bus, were left behind. When I showed up, they were sitting in the computer lab. They didn't even have anything to say who was in that lab and who was not. And my son came busting through the door yesterday at 1:15, screaming. He had tears running down his face. He is 9 years old. This shouldn't be something that's put on our children, but he was afraid. And here's me, stay-at-home mom, dealing with cancer, homeschooling my youngest child because of COVID, and I am mortified by his fear. I show up to the school, and they had 9 other children, minus the 4 that made it home. So I talked to the superintendent. We had a conversation today, but things need to move forward, and people need to be held accountable. Not just the bus driver of that day who said, no, I am not going to stop. I'm going home. I have other stops to do. I understand that you guys are short-staffed, and I'm sorry for being so emotional right now, but this is huge. There are a lot of incidences in schools these days that we don't know. And if that driver went AWOL and took those children, where was he taking them? And what bus were they waiting for to show up? And I got a letter from the principal. It was actually a BS excuse of her delinquency for the matter. But there was 2 people in the lab, there was a counselor, there was 3 people in the office, and nobody knew these children were missing. I see that I only have a very short time, so I'm gonna make this brief. You guys talk about physical and emotional safety and education, so let's do that. Because there was no safety for our kids, and I had no idea where the other children were. And not only that, like, no parent was contacted. the entire time. I sat in that office for 25 minutes, and all of these kids belong to me. And I know that sounds weird, but I'm the neighborhood mom, okay? So I take care of everyone. I'm a stay-at-home mom. They all have jobs. They all trust me. I'm on the majority of most of their contact list. And when I showed up, it was just awkward, uncomfortable. The kids were scared. They had no idea that their siblings were even missing. So, and I just want to thank you. Like, I just genuinely, everything that you do. This has been like long and trivial. I'm out.
No, I appreciate it.
I found an
Thank you.
autistic child wandering the streets.
Ms. Brake, thank you for coming. And this is what I like. If you would, I've been made aware of the situation as well. And we have here, particularly Dr. Parks as well as Mr. Adam Searcy, talk a little bit more about that. I mean, that's sometimes, you know, when people mess up and make mistakes, we have to make sure things like that don't continue to happen. So they'll be here. They'll speak with you, if you will. Thank you. So,
Sarah Moiser Gallagher.
Did we get the right? Is it Gallagher?
It's Mosier Gallagher.
Mosier Gallagher. Okay. Welcome, Ms. Mosier Gallagher.
Hi. Also first-time parent here. I am parent number 2 from Jerry Whitehead. My daughter was also left at the school, but I only have one. My daughter was picked up by Kara, but I didn't know until 20 minutes after Kara had left the school with my child when the school called me to ask if it was okay that Kara had taken my child. So not only was I not notified of the incident, I wasn't notified that Kara was there to pick my child up or that she had left with my child until 20 minutes later. So had something happened between the time Kara had picked my child up and gotten home, I would have never known. So I did talk to Superintendent Michael Paul today, who told me that it was a substitute bus driver that the incident was, but when I talked to Mrs. Paul, who was our principal, I was informed that it was not a substitute bus driver. It was our regular bus driver. So, side note, he picked our kids up again today. Not happy about that. But I have a couple of other things. My older child is a freshman at Reed High School. The Friday before fall break, there were 2 code yellows at the school. Both involved weapons on campus, neither of which I think should be a code yellow. I think they both should be a code red, and neither parents were notified of until after school was out. One actually was a parent who jumped the fence of the school with a weapon and was pounding on the boys' locker room door to get to a different student with a loaded weapon. So how was that a code yellow, not a code red? And why weren't parents notified at the time that it was happening? Why aren't parents being notified of code yellows, which I think should be code reds, at the time of the event instead of after school is out? Because that is also safety. Transportation, back to that, I've left 40 messages with the transportation department. I have yet to get a phone call back. 40 since the first week of school. I have now emailed every single person on the transportation board or transportation division. I've actually copied one of the board members and still haven't gotten, well, I did get an email response back from one of the people, but still haven't got a call back. And for the record, SBACs, you can opt out of them. I've opted my children out every year. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Mosier Gallagher. And again, I will, Mr. Adam Searcy here really oversees the transportation department. He's right there, so he'll speak with both of you after the meeting.
We have a third parent here.
Oh, okay. And you certainly, you're welcome. Are you here for public comment, ma'am, as well?
Yes.
Okay.
I
Okay.
don't.
We don't have a card for her.
I do not.
So no, that's okay. That's okay. Let's do this. Come have your and then after you give your comment, let's make sure you fill a card out for her. Okay? Okay. That's okay. No problem. You don't come here all the time. You don't know. It's fine. No big deal.
I promise I'll do it as soon as I'm done.
Yes, no problem. Give us your name for the record, ma'am.
Marlena Spieler.
Spieler. Welcome, Ms. Spieler.
Thank you. My concern with this, with the children and the boss, it just was kind of scary because these days the world is insane. And I just wanted to ask, are the bus drivers like given a mental screening like quarterly or something? Like, do we know for sure that they're safe? Because I had my parent-teacher conference yesterday with one of my children, and I was at the school, and the principal came running over, and she was like, I'm so sorry about the mess on the bus today. And I just said, it's okay, let's just move forward. And my son was standing there, and he said, it's my normal bus driver. And he just said, I cannot stay. And then my older son started crying. And then like, oh, I'm going to get in trouble. I left my brother. So it was just traumatic. But I just hope we can all communicate effectively and communicate with the schools and have the school and the bus drivers all communicating together. Because I think because the buses were late for a little while, they just got used to having all the kids in the computer lab. And she even told me, he comes in, he says hi, he tells me I'm going to the bathroom, he takes the kids. And I just think there's just a little lapse right now. And that's okay, we're all getting back on board, we're rebuilding our communities. But I just want to make sure we keep that in mind, that we need to communicate with each other. That's all. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Ms. Spieler. JJ worked with you on getting, oh, there, Megan has one. Thank you very much.
Jeff Church.
Mr. Church? Welcome, sir.
Thank you. My name is Jeff Church. I want to discuss the issue of a former board president trustee, Katie Simon Holland, allegedly receiving special favoritism from the school district, especially regarding the drafting of a political op-ed in support of incumbent candidates. I note that Katie Simon Holland is affiliated with EDON, a advocacy nonprofit, as well as a private business that she runs, for-profit, Simon & Associates. Now, on that matter, I was told very specifically that WCSD did admit to fact-checking the political op-ed, but nothing more. Unfortunately, public documents are to the contrary and paint a very troubling picture of staff relationships with EDON, the 501c6 lobbying organization, and Ms. Holland. Public documents so far show likely dozens, and I mean dozens, of troubling emails between Holland and staff. It is inconceivable that these occurred without the approval of the prior senior leadership prior to the arrival of our new superintendent. I'm going to admit the names, and I'm editing this for brevity because I only have a few minutes. May 24th, 7:42 a.m., Holland wrote, I'm writing an op-ed in support of the district and the incumbents. Don't know if it'll get published. Would really be great if I could add the scholarship money to date. She received an immediate response. Good morning, Katie. As far as scholarship money, I'm still waiting to hear from OSL. On May 24th, she sent an email stating what she had drafted and having them look it over. A few days later, May 27th, hi friends. In the op-ed I submitted to the Reno Gazette, RGJ has requested the link before they'll print the op-ed. Can you help me get that link for me? She received a lengthy response. She had written to individuals. She received a lengthy response. Then, on another date, hi, Mike Komersky at EDON is trying to understand if anything that can be done to support the trustees in dealing with public comment. Basically, he wanted to know, is there any way to shorten public comment? Katie. She received an extensive, long response. Then she wrote back and said, thank you so much, this is hugely helpful. That is not simply fact-checking an op-ed. Hundreds, probably hundreds of emails going back since her departure. This is unacceptable, this needs to stop, it needs to be looked into, and I don't like being misinformed.
Thank you, Mr. Church.
Kaylin Evans.
Welcome, Mr. Evans.
Hi, for the record, my name's Kaylin Evans. I'm the president of the Washoe Education Association. I just wanted to start off by saying how much I appreciate, we as the union appreciate Dr. Enfield and her team with the district assessment audit. That was something that we had brought up early on, one of our very first meetings, about the importance that we really examine the assessments that we're using at school sites, because that was something that overwhelmingly came up with educators in terms of the importance of looking at those things. It's one of those things that you think about, what are some areas that we can take off their plate? That's absolutely one of them. We are 100% over assessing our students, and it is killing the creativity and engagement in the classrooms, and it's taking away extremely valuable instructional time from our teachers. So thank you, Dr. Enfield and your team, Dr. Troy Parks, for looking at that closely. And today I heard a lot of messages around student engagement. To me, it is the absolute cornerstone of education. I think engagement should be the #1 priority of an educator. I wish that when administrators came into the classroom, their main focus was how engaged are our students, because that's how we address test scores. That's how we address graduation rates, is by getting our students engaged and wanting to come to school. And I know our student representatives, and their whole focus is on getting school to be enjoyable to students again. One of those things is through extracurricular activities. I wish that the Washoe County would plant their flag in that, in saying that we are going to focus on enhancing extracurricular activities at our school sites. I mean, that's everything from our sports, drama, band, orchestra, the clubs, debate, all of these things. I know on a personal level, I don't know if I would have made it through school without sports, right? And there's other people that come to school for those pieces. But in order for those to be implemented, and in order for us to address the inadequacies at different school sites, because some school sites offer different extracurricular activities than other school sites, and it's because some schools have an educator to lead those programs. Appendix B is the portion of the contract that deals with educator compensation, that deal with extracurricular activities. It hasn't been addressed since 1999. So it is grossly inadequate. It's something that even before my time, the union has really been pushing. We've been in very constructive conversations with the district, and we look forward to really pushing that when we're done with our current negotiations on some other items, and would love an opportunity to present that to our district leadership, and then also at some point present that to you trustees, to see how we can go about making sure that we are getting educators to lead those clubs and those extracurriculars. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Evans.
Mike Krogan.
Welcome, Mr. Krogan.
Thank you. It's good to be here again. For the record, Mike Krogan. I live in Reno. There was a question about the different kinds of testing tonight, norm referenced and criterion referenced. Criterion referenced testing does not happen in education anymore, not like it used to. Back in the day, teachers set up tests for their classrooms based on teaching that they were doing, and the questions were criterion referenced. A sharp teacher watched the responses to each question, and if kids were missing question 4, a lot of times the teacher had to either throw the question out or revise it. That was criterion referenced testing. Now we have norm referenced testing. The result is, between these two factors, we don't have teachers engaged in the assessment of children's learning. The people who spend all of the time with the kids turn their kids over to a bubble sheet, and we get results and we make judgments accordingly. My counsel on the matter is to say this: if you believe in standardized test scores, standardized test scores are a valid and reliable measure of how smart kids are, just wait a few months or years when the scores are bad. Those scores will be added to the future scores, and the same kids will take the same tests and they'll be smarter. Not because they're smarter, but because the data has been skewed by differences that the children in the teachers don't have any control over. With elections coming up, we're getting more than the usual number of cannonades against our public schools and the students and teachers who learn and work there. Critics disagree on how to fix our schools, but we all know Nevada schools are, by any measure, miserably underfunded. I'm thinking we can change this. Suppose those who like to criticize and bully school boards, teachers, and administrators instead organize and call for a surtax and direct the revenue exclusively toward Nevada's K-12 schools. Then let's see what happens. In like vein, I'd like to ask Trustee Church if he could consider a district expenditure as an investment in the future of children rather than a plot to squander tax dollars. But thank you, Trustee Church, for your call on action.
Mr. Krogan, I gotta stop you, sir. Mr.
Giving
Krogan.
the public a chance to address you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Krogan. I gotta stop you, sir.
Shannon Coley.
Welcome back, Ms. Coley.
Just another note on the district supporting teachers, or the lack thereof. This week is conference week, and the teachers have been requesting translators, but they have been told there are none available in conference week. This makes a large percentage of the conferences moot. And also, just for the record, the ESSER's money presentation did have a minimum of 8 paid administrative positions for this one-time allocation. A crisis counselor, a mental health administrator, a re-engagement facilitator, attendant officers, CTI liaisons, graduation advocate, substance abuse counselors, MTSS specialists. So will these positions be eliminated after 1 year if ESSER funds only go for 1 year? All of these will be eliminated. Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Coley.
That's all I have.
Thank you very much. All right, everybody, this concludes our meeting. Thanks for everybody who stayed to give your public comment and to be involved in the meeting. This was long for us of late. Our next meeting will be held on November 8th, right here at 2 p.m. We are adjourned.